He opened the famous expansion, The Rise of the New World. At that time, countless super guilds sought to conquer the Sky Fortress. Aker Shamarador is a renowned master of engineering. In 3 years, Aker created the Sky Fortress, the Ring of the Twin Serpents. It shook the world. He established the Imperial Capital Empire. The system simultaneously prompts, Aker Shamarador has escaped. Seeing this name, I first felt it was familiar. Then I suddenly recalled things about him. Its speed surged again, quickly distancing itself from the Abyssal One's attack range. With a whoosh, the Risk Emperor crystal vanished into thin air. He'll never see it again. He hurriedly swung the abyssal blade wrapped in black mist. In an instant, 9 black mists appeared. They rushed away. The Risk Emperor crystal, caught in midair, was unexpectedly hit by the 9 abyssal ones. However, the Risk Emperor crystal was not killed instantly. Such a clever imperial gold is rare. The main god system wouldn't casually grant such high intelligence to a small monster. Granting high intelligence often has deeper meaning. Taking him down might yield unexpected rewards. Shifeng knew he couldn't catch him. The speed was incredibly fast. He quickly used the power of the Abyssal One, the duck in his mouth. He didn't want to just let him fly away. He decisively unleashed the 9-headed dragon slash, ready to start running for his life. Then he pressed the button on his waist. The rocket boots spurted out a large burst of azure flames. In an instant, he was flying in midair. The steel robot that was knocked down kept crackling. Its HP dropped to less than 10%. But right at that moment, the steel robot's mechanical hatch suddenly burst open. By now, Risk Crystal had already put on rocket boots. This unexpected move left the Risk Emperor whale momentarily stunned. Right after that, the debris from the cliff crashed down. Risk Crystal was caught off guard and got taken out. Hundreds of HP lost. It began a frenzied barrage aimed at Shifeng. However, Shifeng, having activated gravitational liberation, was not so easy to hit. After creating some distance, he turned and raised his hand to unleash 3 bolts of lightning. But the target of the wind thunder flash was the rock wall atop the Risk Emperor whale. A mocking smile appeared on the green goblin's face. Facing the Risk goblin's charge, hurriedly, he used gravity release to create distance. Immediately afterward, the Risk Emperor whale quickly raised its left arm with a firearm and quickly executed a slash. A flashy combo only dealt about 10 points of damage. Compared to others, that's already quite high. The 3-second control time ended. The Risk Goblin regained freedom in an instant. 9 pitch-black chains instantly trapped the Crystal of Risk, allowing Kale to catch his breath. Immediately after, Shifeng raised his hand and unleashed a wind thunder strike. Then, he sidestepped. Shifeng swiftly arrived. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the risky crystal. He began to draw a new wave of aggro. Just when Kaylee was about to be finished off, Shifeng used Abyss Binding. A colleague shouted for healing. The sleepy sloth desperately cast a healing spell on Coke, but it only restored nearly 100 health points. Clearly, it was a bit strained. At that moment, thanks to Koa's delay, Heisey got a breather and cast Evil Whip Slash again. But the control time was fleeting. With low HP, Ding swung his chainsaw again. Kola quickly turned and dodged away, and slashes fiercely at Kelly. But Kelly quickly blocks his body with a shield. He stepped back 3 paces to block the attack, but that strike directly reduced his HP by 2/3. Instantly increasing the pressure on him, dealing 130% physical damage, at the same time generating additional threat to the target. The additional threat generated by Holy Strike firmly draws the attention of Risk Crystal. He angrily extends his right arm's mechanical chainsaw. He immediately swung a divine strike down on the robot's head. 2 insignificant damage numbers popped up. Divine Strike is based on the power of divinity. Swing your weapon forcefully to attack the enemy in front. Having lost half his health, Risk Emperor Jin locks onto Heizi again. He charged straight at him. At that moment, Cola suddenly leapt up and pounced towards Risk Gold's position. It briefly stuns Risk Emperor Jin. At the same time, Heizi's skill has cooled down. Evil Whip Wings is activated again. Just as Risk Emperor Jin regains his senses, he is firmly controlled again. Rushing towards Feng Xiandi Jin, then swiftly raised his hand for a magnificent whirlwind slash. His moves were as fierce as a tiger, but it's all just 1 point of damage. Although the damage dealt is low, at this moment, Feng Xiandi Jin's hatred target is Kuroko. Lonely as snow, he quickly turned and began following Shi Feng's commands. He grabbed his weapon and fiercely unleashed a charge skill. Heizi, attack as soon as your evil CD is ready. We have a chance to take him down. Facing the Risk Goblin with damage reduction up to 95%, Shi Feng actually chose to stop and fight, because he unexpectedly discovered that plant-based skills could deal massive damage to him. Keller was to draw the Risk Goblin's aggro. Facing away from the crowd, everyone else attacks. Watch your position. As soon as the Risk Goblin raises his gun, immediately dodge the barrel. Shi Feng was instantly a bit startled. He didn't expect the evil Bianchi to deal such exaggerated damage. He saw hope for a kill. It turns out the Risk Goblin has no immunity to plant-based attacks. He immediately commanded everyone to stop. His speed decreased significantly. Just as Risk Emperor Jin was tripped, everyone quickly quickened their pace to widen the distance. When Risk Emperor Jin finally got free from the 5 thorns, suddenly 5 hits of over 40 points of damage appeared, and used control skills instead. Heizi understood Shi Feng's meaning. After he turned to dodge the bullets, he quickly began to chant the evil whip. Just as the Risk Emperor Jin caught up, he was suddenly entangled by 5 thorns. If that goblin wasn't wearing armor, I could take him down in seconds. He never expected Kuroko to be able to hit the target while running, but going head-on against the Risk Goblin was really foolish. He quickly signaled Kuroko to conserve his mana. Although he hit the Risk Crystal, the damage was minimal. Seeing the damage, Kuroko's small eyes widened quite a bit. He was speechless and said, "This is just too disgusting." His pace immediately quickened, watching the Risk Crystal recklessly firing behind him. Kuro suddenly got furious. He abruptly flipped around and attacked with the shadow sword he had been charging. He controlled the iron machine and initiated a frenzied shooting mode towards Stone Peak Squad's position. Bullets fired as if they cost nothing. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from behind. They didn't dare to look back. In the end, this elite team of 20 was tragically wiped out. All members recalled. Seeing Stone Peak Squad desperately fleeing, Risk Empire's Crystal was outraged by the atrocities committed under their command. He would never let these humans off easily. Its defense is something else. Damage reduction is as high as 95%, and the Risk Goblin's attack is even more fearsome. 1 burst of bullets, and everyone sent back to the city for free. In the previous life, he had led an elite team mining together when they saw the Danger King appear. At the time, the elite team was excited, not expecting to encounter such a rare special elite. Everyone charged in with excitement. Don't be fooled by the risk goblin only having 1000 HP. Everyone's panic only intensified. They sprinted directly towards the entrance of the dungeon, without a moment's hesitation. Shifeng knew well that the Danger King in front of them was a very dangerous monster, even stronger than the hell-level death spirit bosses. But Heizi cluelessly asked Shifeng if he had any strategies for defeating the boss. Of course, Shifeng wouldn't stay behind. He shouted at once for everyone to scatter, start fleeing, after hearing Shifeng's warning. After clearing out roaming goblins, its appearance is a nightmare for players. Shifeng saw this. Suddenly, his expression changed. Cold sweat poured down. Special Elite. Level 5. HP 1600. Passive skill, 95% damage reduction. There is a small chance it will appear. Sloth couldn't help but exclaim, how could a boss appear out of nowhere? At the same time, the system issued a warning that this was a raid event. Risk, goblins. Everyone's experience points skyrocketed. However, at that moment, Cola and Sloth suddenly discovered a big fellow not far away. Before they could start collecting anything, a driver suddenly emerged from a giant robot. Under the bombardment of Heizi and Shifeng, the Emperor's spirits immediately collapsed. They began to flee in panic. After a large group of Emperor's spirits was wiped out, they dropped a plethora of ores. Just as the goblins shifted their attack targets, Wind directly summoned the Abyssal One to unleash Thunderstorm. 3 bolts of lightning struck through the goblin army. The damage amplification effect combined with the slashing skill. The last bit of life from the Emperor's spirits was taken away by Shifeng. This skill was immensely powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The goblins, scorched by the flames, immediately let out a cry of anguish. 5 seconds was just enough to inflict over 200 damage on them all. Their health was reduced to less than half. A sharp sword chi swept through the air, clearing all the goblins in front of him. At the same time, Heizi's group attack magic, Hell's Inferno, had also finished chanting. A pillar of scorching flames shot up into the sky, devouring the entire goblin army. This skill increases the hate of surrounding enemies within a 100% range. It is the main aggro drawing skill for the M2. Seeing that the aggro was successfully drawn, Loneliness like snow quickly took out the big weapon and started spinning wildly. As the whirlwind slash was activated, he charged forward with a massive shield and delivered a powerful shield bash. Sending the group of Imperial whales tumbling, he quickly raised his shield, activating his taunt skill. He began to draw aggro. He led the team into the instance. Inside the instance, the mountains are filled with level 3 monsters, the Emperor whales. On the vast terrain, there are at least several hundred Emperor whales. Kelly is very brave, but Shifeng seriously said, there are no trash classes in Divine Realm, only useless players. The team has gathered. They have reached the required number of participants to enter the instance. Shifeng didn't waste any time. The level 2 somnolent sloth sincerely thanked Shifeng. Simply because no one was willing to take him in, he awkwardly admitted he had been kicked out of many teams before. He almost wanted to delete his account. It's impressive how detailed Shifeng's analysis is. I immediately felt starry-eyed. I'm in awe. Shifeng also didn't waste any time. Directly added the somnolent sloth from Divine Realm into the team, one of which is Prayer of Life. Another one is Life Payment. Life Payment allows the caster to convert their own damage into healing that is transferred to others. For healers in the early stages who have no skills or equipment, the advantage of a God Domain practitioner in a dungeon is significantly stronger than other healers. Most teams wouldn't take a divine oracle into dungeons. However, Shifeng spoke up, saying that divine oracles are indeed the weakest in healing. But they have a lot of HP, so they're not easily one-shot. Plus, they start with 2 skills. He asked, our team should still be missing a healer, right? Just so happens, I have a friend who is a healing class. But he's a divine dominer. Lonely as Snow couldn't help but frown slightly. Among healing classes, the divine oracle's healing ability is the weakest. Taking a copy is absolutely safe. Then Shifeng straightforwardly invited Kelly to join the team. Seeing Kelly join the group, Lonely as Snow immediately raised his arms and shouted that he could finally escape the role of the meat shield. Kelly suddenly chuckled and said with a smile, "I'm really tanky." Heisey was momentarily at a loss for words. "You're way too tough. How many hits have you taken?" Even Lonely as Snow couldn't help but admire Keel's incredible survivability. He quickly turned to Shifeng and suggested, "This tank is way too strong. You have to know, the Guardian Knight's attack is quite low. It's not easy to kill monsters. Usually, we team up to kill monsters. Otherwise, leveling up is really slow." Kelly patted his badly damaged armor. Kelly laughed happily and said that he soloed all the way here, killing monsters. He wanted to join a party, but didn't see anyone. Heisey was somewhat doubtful of his hearing. He actually soloed the monsters. Looking at the shy Cola, Shifeng suddenly had an idea. Currently, Tyrant Bear hasn't joined any guild. If he could recruit him as his own MP, wouldn't it be awesome to run dungeons together from now on? Tyrant Bear Cola, main MP of the Glorious Star, Guardian Knight of the Star Moon Kingdom, ranked 15th in the profession, known for both tanking and dealing damage. An elite group's MANHUA, a Guardian Knight of the Star Moon Kingdom, ranked 15th in his profession, famous for both tanking and dealing damage. That's how he got the title of Tyrant Bear. The Tyrant Bear had a very hard life. It was even driven away by the third-rate guild, Crown of Paradise. Later, it joined Brilliant Stars. Only then did he start to shine. He went from being a regular squad M to a main force. The Tyrant Bear is the backbone of the first-class collapse of Brilliant Stars. I never expected the Tyrant Bear to run away by itself. Its personality is so shy. It's completely different from the Tyrant Bear 10 years later. In the early days of the Divine Domain, he felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Cold sweat poured down. He indeed had this person in his memory. In his past life, the Tyrant Bear's name was Cola. Most players were still at level 2. At that moment, a rough voice came from not far away. "This big brother, please read me." I was quite surprised. The Guardian Knight Cola had a tall figure and developed muscles. Shouts asking how to clear the dungeon kept coming from them. Before long, Shifeng led the two of them to the Dark Moon Valley. Looking at the empty dungeon teleport, Lonely as Snow felt a bit puzzled. Shifeng explained that no players had yet attempted the Four Seasons dungeon. Phasey and Lonely as Snow felt something was off. They quickly asked Shifeng what to do, and Shifeng just turned and ran. In the 36 stratagems, running away is the best strategy. A large group of players was frantically chasing from behind. Heisey couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Feng, you're awesome." She actually became friends with the ice and snow goddess. Then the three beautiful women withdrew from the group. The onlooking players immediately focused their attention on Shifeng and the others. The male players looked at Shifeng and the others with hungry eyes, as if they wanted to swallow them whole. "Then save me a spot." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's face turned livid. She was infuriated. However, Bai Qingshui gave a faint smile and agreed without hesitation. Gathering a team of 20 people in 3 days is not a fantasy. Then Bai Qingshui suggested, let's add each other as friends first. It will be easier to contact each other then. Shifeng was not intimidated by the powerful guild. If I can prioritize swordsman equipment and blueprints, over 1 million large cities will become the true rulers of the divine realm. Such a powerful collapse will surely exert the strongest force into the divine realm. These 1,000 people have an incredibly loud reputation in the divine realm. They are called the God Slayers. It is precisely because of the existence of these 1,000 experts that the serpent has established a significant virtual presence. It unifies over 80 populations in the divine realm. The serpent of betrayal also entered the divine realm, trying to grab a share from the many financial giants. Moreover, the serpent of slaughter is not just about funding. Its background is also very strong. There are more than 1,000 game experts under its command. It led to the collapse of other virtual games. Afterward, countless large corporations rushed madly into the divine realm to cultivate their own influence and establish their own power. They wanted to establish their position in virtual finance. Nothing is impossible for us. Based on the intel Shifeng knew, Serpent of Death has already conquered more than 10 virtual games, but the appearance of God's domain caused a huge sensation in the virtual gaming world. Known as humanity's second world, you need to be level 5 to enter. Are you sure you can really form a team? Bai Qingshui's beautiful eyes looked at Shifeng. Have some confidence. We're Serpent of Death after all. I respect your choice. 3 days later, our naked snake will prepare for the first 20-player raid dungeon at level 5. Dark Moon objective. I wonder if you're interested in joining. Shifeng was a bit shocked. Bai Qingshui suddenly spoke up, asking if they wanted to join us as the serpent of the attendant. But Shifeng shook his head. He indicated that he preferred to act alone. I have no plans to join the guild. Bai Qingshui nodded. Not long ago, the little ones who looked down on Yi Feng suddenly fell silent. They stood there in a daze. Then, everyone slowly walked out from the teleportation portal. Each was dressed in a mix of bronze and dark iron equipment. This drew the attention of the onlooking little ones. Members of various guilds outside the Silent End dungeon were arguing endlessly. They all believed that their guild would definitely clear it first. At that moment, a notification of a successful challenge suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Yi Feng's team for being the first to conquer the Silent End dungeon. 10 points replied with a slight smile. You all put in quite a bit of effort in this dungeon. This is what you deserve. The incredibly proud Zhao Yuru's cheeks instantly turned red. She felt so embarrassed when she thought about what she had said earlier. At the same time, this is a powerful potion that allows players to gain 6 points of strength for half an hour. Rare alchemy formulas are notoriously difficult to brew. They have never encountered a formula that can enhance strength by 6 points for half an hour. Zhao Yuru was immediately taken aback. He said in disbelief, "You actually left such a precious formula for me." When Bai Qingshui looked at the remaining blueprints on the item list, she was suddenly a bit surprised. Then she sincerely thanked Shifeng. This strange action piqued Zhao Yue's curiosity, and she leaned over to take a look. The item list prominently features the primary alchemy formula book for strength potion. She felt like all the good stuff was taken by these few people. Xiao Yue had no complaints about this. Thanks to Yi Feng's guidance, we were able to clear the level easily. It's only right for them to pick first. There are a total of 5 pieces of the dark armor set at the Xuan Tai level. This time, they dropped the chest piece and blood, and Jinmo Ru Shui got the skill Whirlwind Slash and a bronze-level giant steel sword. Zhao Yuru watched the two of them swap their weapons. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Not only could he obtain the blood-red blade, but he also successfully got the design for the Guardian armor. Heizi and Lonely Snow kept smiling crazily. Fingers are tapping non-stop on the equipment selection bar. Heizi is smiling so widely that his mouth can barely close. Even the proud Zhao Yuweiyu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Bai Qingshui then said calmly, as previously agreed, "The three of you have priority in choosing." Shifeng's heart was filled with joy. That is the Bloodblade. The crimson blade emanates a faint red glow. Red liquid subtly drips from the edge of the sword. The whole sword exudes a strong aura of slaughter. Looking at the ground filled with equipment, while regular players are still struggling with clearing normal-level dungeons. He has already led his team to take down the Hell difficulty final boss, the Werewolf Pharaoh. The loot from the Werewolf Pharaoh is quite plentiful, but there are only 2 skill books. One item caught Shifeng's eye. The health of the Werewolf Pharaoh was completely depleted. His massive body slowly dissolved on the spot. At the same time, a system notification sounded. For slaying the Werewolf Pharaoh. Just how strong is a player with 10 years of experience? This situation, different from what they had expected, caused a hint of panic in the werewolf boss. The battle continued for quite a while. Suddenly, the entire area erupted with a violent roar. As the smoke cleared, this long scene left Pharaoh somewhat dazed. This is completely opposite to what he imagined. Shifeng did not give the werewolf a chance to attack first. With a single command from him, everyone charged towards the werewolf. Werewolf Pharaoh, level 3 leader, health 12,000 points. The others, who had already restored their status, showed no signs of panic. They looked coldly at the werewolf boss. A massive dark figure wielding a giant sword leaped out from the woods. The figure was a gigantic werewolf. The werewolf looked towards Shifeng with admiration. His dark eyes instantly turned blood red. His information then appeared. Shifeng began to explain that the final boss would catch the players off guard, as long as you follow my commands. This boss is not difficult at all. Before long, everyone heard a rumbling sound. The entire silent spirit let out a furious roar. There must be some great items in this pile, but Shifeng pulled out a recovery potion and instructed, "Don't worry about the equipment yet. Everyone, recover your status quickly." Zhao Yuru and Bai Qingshui hurriedly took potions out of their backpacks and started drinking them with a gulping sound. The raging flames continuously exploded on Wyoming. His last bit of health was finally taken away. As a burst of golden light erupted, the exploding Wilmy dropped a pile of equipment all over the ground. Kuroko and Lonely Snow's eyes instantly lit up. Heizi kept firing shadow arrows. At the same time, he shouted that the boss was about to fall. Shifeng hurriedly used a slash to knock Wyoming away. Meanwhile, Zhao Yureu began to gather flames again with both hands. Angrily, he unleashed the rock blast to avenge the previous humiliation. Zhao Yureu's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She was inwardly furious. How dare this man scold me? The group didn't miss this great opportunity to kill Wilmy. All sorts of minor skills kept hitting him. The boss was quickly brought down to a sliver of health. Shifeng quickly shouted, "The boss is in a weakened state. His defense will be significantly weakened. Everyone, hurry up and deal damage." He even turned around to remind her, "This time, don't mess it up again." With a strong kick, he was sent flying about 10 meters before finally stopping. Wei Er Mi, who had used his ultimate move, now appeared somewhat weakened. He was gasping heavily to adjust his state. Xiao Yue saw that both sides had distanced themselves. She hurriedly used a healing spell to restore Shi Feng's health. However, this strike from Shi Feng failed to stop Will Mi. In the blink of an eye, numerous small wounds had already appeared. Suddenly, a striking figure flashed out from the side. Bai Jinshu's powerful kick interrupted Wire Miss skill. Rushed toward Shi Feng at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Will Mi had already reached Shi Feng. At this moment, it was too late for him to dodge. Shi Feng hurriedly swung the abyssal sword in his hand, fiercely slashing at the terrifying Massacre feast. While spinning rapidly, he also emitted several arcs of purple lightning. With the initiation of the slaughter feast, Will Mi disappeared from his original spot. He transformed into a terrifying whirlwind. He doesn't choose to dodge. He keeps swinging the abyssal blade to block them. After finishing the skill of Death's Claw, Will Mi crashed to the ground. Immediately, he suddenly began to spin wildly. Both hands start frantically swinging, unleashing the Death Claw. As his skill activates, several terrifying blade shadows shoot toward Shi Feng. Facing such a dense barrage of ranged attacks, then a loud bang echoed. Will Mi leaped high once again. He charged towards Shi Feng's position. Will Mi was extremely furious. The attack speed rapidly skyrockets, but Shi Feng blocked the attack with his sword. But he was also knocked away. Shi Feng turned mid-air. He landed on the ground and slid several meters before stopping. He steadied himself. Bai Qingshui quickly warned Shi Feng to be careful, since Shi Feng's level was the lowest. At the same time, Will Mi had already reached Shi Feng. His steel claws came down fiercely, holding the abyssal guardian that exuded overwhelming magical energy. He shouted, "Draw the hatred to me. Make sure to dodge." Attacked and hurt, Will Mi turned around and lunged at Shi Feng, slowly opening his eyes in disbelief that he had actually survived. Shi Feng's wind and thunder immediately drew Will Mi's hatred back. He no longer held back. Suddenly, 3 bolts of lightning shot out, piercing through Will Mi's body effortlessly, causing massive damage, successfully interrupting his attack. Zhao Yureru, who thought she was doomed, Zhao Yureru had already fallen into a dazed state. There was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Shi Feng hurriedly unleashed wind, thunder flash. 3 bolts of lightning. Wermina's terrifying claw suddenly swung towards his position. Zhao Yureru realized something was wrong. "Oh no, I just overdid it. Now the boss is going to come after me." In an instant, Wermina's horrifying claws were right in front of her. The Flying Eve's sorceress Zhao Yureru has a devilishly attractive figure and terrifying output capability. With a flick of her hand, she cast an explosive fire spell that dealt damage in the hundreds to the boss. Under the immense damage, Bai Qingshui suddenly turned serious and said, "Now the boss' hatred should be completely redirected." Meanwhile, the instigator Zhao Yureru looked at the two with a dazed expression. Then, Will Mi jumped high into the air. The terrifying steel claws shot back towards his position. He entered a berserk state. Damage and speed increased by 30%. Even his body size increased slightly. Shi Feng suddenly felt a surge of pressure. "Zhao Yureru, your curse spell's damage is too high. My damage output is truly unrivaled." That high damage instantly made Will Mi switch aggro. His eyes flared with malice. He slowly turned to look in Zhao Yureru's direction. Immediately, Will Mi let out an angry roar. A shocking 118 damage value popped up. When Shi Feng saw it, he was a bit surprised, but Zhao Yuru, seeing that triple-digit damage, immediately burst into laughter. Then, he suddenly unleashed a blazing inferno from his hands. Lonely as snow, the wolf leapt, barely dodging. The scorching flame burst exploded directly on Wilmy, allowing them to focus on their assault. At that moment, suddenly, Zhao Yuru's voice rang out. "Get out of my way." His flame burst is ready. He and Bai Qingshui also quickly sprang into action. Shifeng and Bai Qingshui coordinated their attacks, taking the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes on Wilmy. Lonely as snow met its end, rocking in front of Wilmy. Though his attacks didn't deal much damage to Wilmy, he managed, through agile movement, to firmly keep Wilmy occupied. Lonely as snow's skill level exceeded expectations somewhat. Seeing hatred being restrained, Wilmy easily smashed the thorns into pieces with a few strikes. Lonely as blood quickly stood up and let out a deep breath of foul air. Then he swiftly charged towards Wilmy, continuously swinging his longsword to draw aggro. Just then, a green glow suddenly appeared around Xiao Yue. He started casting healing spells as he moved around. With his health restored, Lonely as snow quickly thanked him. Soon, the duration of the evil whip effect ended, while Wilmy only lost 11 health points. Their strength was completely unbalanced. He was sent flying several meters backward from the impact. Zhao Yuru complained in frustration, "Is your man a human cannonball?" This sarcastic remark left him at a loss for words. After narrowly escaping death, Jumo Ruxu quickly turned to thank Haizi. Immediately afterward, he charged at Wilmy once again, determined to give it his all. The next second, he fiercely headbutted Wilmy. He instantly took 58 points of damage. He unleashed the control skill, Evil Whip Wings. Thick, thorny vines burst from the ground. In an instant, they bound Wilmy's body, interrupting his attack and leaving him unable to move. His expression instantly darkened. This time, it's over. At that moment, a dark magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Haizi. His spell was just completed. Wilmy looked at the comical human flying toward him. He was momentarily stunned. Then, Wilmy suddenly raised the steel claw high. He eagerly directed it back at the lonely figure. Seeing the menacing steel claw, "Are you going in, old man? Wait for Xiaoyue to give you a shield. Are you eager to die?" Lonely as snow hurriedly tried to stop his steps. The charge skill cannot be ended on its own at all. "Just follow my commands." He had just finished speaking. Lonely as snow suddenly activated the charge skill. He rushed toward the boss. Shifeng was instantly petrified on the spot. Their aggro will surpass the EMTs. Then the boss will switch targets. Fragile DPS classes usually get one shot by the boss. Don't worry. He'll tell you directly if anything needs to be done. Their main job is to hold the boss' attention. The MT needs to attract the boss aggro. This creates a stable and safe environment for damage dealers. OT refers to aggro loss. If someone suddenly deals too much damage, you must hold the boss aggro. The others need to control their damage. OT, this term left Xiaoyu a bit confused. He curiously asked what mat and OT mean. He explained that the MT position is usually handled by a high health defensive role. Bai Qingshui also drew her sword from her waist. She was already ready. Shifeng did not rush to open the jar. He directed Lonely as snow. "This time, the MP task is up to you. We're going straight for the boss, right away." Shi Feng nodded. "Killing small monsters is too much of a waste of time. Directly fighting the boss is the best way to gain rewards. The timid little fish quickly hid behind Bai Qingshui, eyes gleaming with menace, baring its fangs in a vicious snarl. It's obviously a carnivorous rabbit. Lonely, as Snow looked surprised. We haven't fought a single small monster. Countless players in past lives have died miserably under those hands. Night Rabbit Wilmy, leader rank, level 3, HP 6000. Wilmy's body is as tall as 3 people. Both palms are as sharp as steel claws. Its information also appeared. Wilmy, leader rank, level 3, HP 6000. Wilmy's palms are as sharp as steel claws. If you're caught, it's basically instant death. The boss is about to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant ferocious night rabbit suddenly burst from the ground. Then it descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of everyone. Everyone immediately tensed up. After all, this is a hell-level dungeon. Any slight movement could be deadly. Shifeng had already entered battle modes. He calmly ordered everyone to get ready. When they saw the empty ground, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Where did the boss go? At that moment, the entire area suddenly shook violently. Fighting them is just a waste of time. Zhao Yuru couldn't help but silently mock. I think you're just afraid. Well, find out. You're a weakling with no damage output. After a while, Shifeng's team arrived at an open clearing. Haizi, full of experience, smiled and said, "A place like this, there's a good chance it'll collapse. Those wandering monsters have just arrived there." Clearly, Yi Feng is very familiar with this dungeon. Zhao Yureru, unwilling to admit defeat, said, "They're just a few small monsters. What's there to be afraid of?" Shifeng turned around and explained, "Small monsters don't drop anything good. The path with the low-level monsters is quite quiet and safe." Zhao Yu asked doubtfully, "Do you think the rookie's chosen path is the right one?" Bai Qingshui nodded. "This path should be very safe. We haven't encountered a single monster. We perfectly avoided the place we just left. With the lives of many players, 2 of these roads are very dangerous. Without enough strength, it's a dead end. Only one road has few monsters." Shifeng chose that path. After much hardship, they finally figured out the map of the Dead G Tomb. This came at the cost of mobilizing hundreds of people. There are 36 roads in the entire Death's Reach. However, only 3 roads lead to the first boss, Wilm. These 3 roads were paved. Just follow him and take a look. Under Shifeng's lead, the group slowly entered the forest. The others followed closely behind him, carefully watching their surroundings. At level 5, Shadow Guild had once organized a large group of players to explore it in batches. Without any hesitation, he directly chose a path and walked ahead. Xiao Yue asked Bai Qingshui with some concern, "Should we follow him?" Bai Qingshui nodded. "Since you're all here," Lonely as Snow, staring at the dark forest, asked, "Brother Master, which path should we take?" Shifeng calmly replied, "It's easy to get lost in the Death Spirit Forest. Just stay close to me. If you betray us, you can just wait to be sent to hell by me." Shifeng smiled faintly. He patted Haizi's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. They thought it was just a normal run. They didn't expect that Shifeng actually chose hell difficulty. Haizi felt like everything was going wrong. "Feng, why did you choose hell difficulty?" Zhao Yuru was instantly furious, with its mouth wide open. At the same time, the system popped up a warning that hell and the death spirit had been selected. Loot drops increased by 30%. Death penalties increased by 100%. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Thick black clouds hung in the sky. A cold wind occasionally blew. It felt like the end of the world. Just then, a skull suddenly appeared. He entered the dungeon first. Others quickly followed suit. They began to enter one after another. Soon everyone had fully entered the Silent Spirit dungeon. The Silent Spirit is a dark forest. The dungeon's portal. Then, the system prompted to select the difficulty level. Normal, hard, hell. Without a second thought, after choosing the difficulty, Heisey was incredibly excited. Shifeng patted him on the shoulder, gesturing for him to perform well. Not far away, Lonely as Snow smiled contentedly and gave Shifeng a thumbs up. Before long, Shifeng led the group too. They just managed to gather enough players for the dungeon. The onlooking fans were immediately dumbfounded. They never dreamed that a level 1 newbie could actually lead 3 beautiful women into a dungeon. To team up with an idol in a dungeon, said at the same time, real or not? Well, no, once we enter the dungeon. In no time, 3 second-tier beauties had joined Shifeng's teams. She also showed a shy expression. This left Shifeng a bit confused. But Zhao Yuri stubbornly said, I think he has ulterior motives towards you. That guy is a fraud. Bai Qingshui, while applying to join the team. However, Shifeng confidently stated that it's still not too late to join the group. Bai Qingshui didn't waste any more time. She turned around and signaled for the two to leave the group and join Shifeng's team. Xiao Yue nodded. Her eyes kept sneaking glances at Shifeng. Bai Qingshui ignored his nonsense. She walked straight up to Shifeng. It seems you really know a lot about Death Spirit, but I want team up with you. It seems we can't get through either. What was said had no credibility at all. Shifeng couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He directly told them to ask the players who had just revived from the instance. Bai Qingshui immediately found Shifeng quite interesting, but Zhao Yureru kept saying Shifeng was bragging. Teams without strategies can barely even find the monsters. They will suffer heavy casualties from various traps. Even if they're lucky enough to survive, they will end up committing suicide to return to town because they can't find a way out. The little ones nearby sneered at this, taking note of it disdainfully. Faced with Zhao Yue's doubts, Shifeng readily agreed to share a free piece of information first. The monsters in the Dead Silence Forest aren't very strong. The difficulty of this instance lies in players easily getting lost in the various traps of the woods. Bai Qingshui clearly isn't that easy to protect you. He pondered silently. The Divine Realm has been open for quite some time now. There hasn't been any news of sealed players releasing game strategies. Zhao Yu also thinks Shifeng is a scammer. Such an ugly piece of equipment can be called a weapon. However, Bai Qingshui firmly believes that his weapon must be unusual. Zhao Yuru approaches Shifeng with some doubt. Where did you, a rookie, get the dungeon strategy? This dungeon hasn't even been completed yet. Shifeng calmly replies that it's information from the closed beta test. That sorcerer possesses 3 pieces of bronze equipment. He must have some skills. Take a closer look at the weapon on his waist. It seems there is currently no such peculiar weapon. Zhao Yuru looks a bit puzzled, coupled with a cold and snowy demeanor. Only a first-level Shifeng surprisingly claimed he could help him unlock the Deadmark Spirit assignment. The hot-tempered Zhao Yureru was about to lose her temper, but Bai Qingshui stopped her, calmly analyzing that although this Yifeng is only first level, are you interested in joining us? Our team is short 3 people. Zhao Yuru immediately exploded in place. You trash dare to talk to Qing Shu. Bai Qingshui possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. When Zhao Yu reached Shi Feng, she suddenly mocked her, "Bitchy, you're going to clear a dungeon." And the indifferent atmosphere suggests that I'm bold enough to recruit people here. Naturally, there will be ways to clear the instance. Then he enthusiastically said, "Miss Bai, let's quickly form a team of 3 and do the dungeon." But Bai Qingshui seemed like she didn't hear a thing. She just walked towards Shi Feng on her own. Zhao Yu was puzzled as she looked at Bai Qingshui. She had no choice but to follow and walk along. "Qingshui, do you know him? You can't be thinking of teaming up with that rookie who is only level 1 to run a dungeon. He must be trying to get our attention. That's why he pretended not to see us. Just ignore him." Bai Qingshui felt that Shi Feng gave him a strange feeling. It was a kind of reserved sharpness, especially the weapon at Shi Feng's waist. It made him a bit concerned. Zhao Yueyu didn't understand why Bai Qingshui kept staring at the seemingly ordinary Shi Feng. As a result, this guild of over 10,000 people was gone. The guild leader was killed and sent back to the spirit spine. Surrounded by a crowd, Bai Qingshui suddenly discovered that someone could actually ignore his presence. Shi Feng, who was looking around for suitable teammates, suddenly turned around and just happened to make eye contact with Bai Qingshui. Just moments ago, Haizi, who was starry-eyed, was suddenly terrified and breaking out in cold sweat. Shi Feng secretly complained that Zhao Yu was infamous in her previous life as the Flying Eve's Witch. The reason for such a title is because these male players' bodies are piled up. Once, a guild leader of a large guild teased him a bit. However, Zhao Yu did not show them a good face. She let out a roar, telling them to get lost. Little Yu felt a bit helpless. Everyone was scared away by Yu. But now she can't find anyone to team up with. Zhao Yu proudly stated that this group of weaklings is not worthy to team up with her. Tian Wang suddenly jumped out, declaring that, as a top ranger, he really hoped to join the goddess's team. Zhao Yu was instantly furious, saying, "You bunch of clowns dare to call yourselves experts." The little ones around were instantly captivated by Zhao Yu's imposing presence. The timid Zhao Yue couldn't handle the situation. Zhao Yu proudly puffed up her chest. She sighed, saying, "They're all just pathetic. Where are the real experts?" At that moment, Shi Feng didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and punched him to wake him up. A bunch of players gathered around, all wanting to team up with the 3 beauties. Shi Feng was also surprised. He couldn't believe that such important figures could be found in a small place like Hongyi Town. It was simply unimaginable. And Kuroko was completely obsessed. He totally forgot about inviting people to the party. Hundreds of players lined up on both sides, wanting to meet these 3 people. But unfortunately, the 3 beauties didn't even glance at them. Bai Qingshui silently walked forward, completely ignoring these drooling creeps. The female pastor, Xiaoyu, can only be considered average. However, her beautiful looks and decent skills make her one of the top 100 celebrities on the tomb ranking of the Star Moon Kingdom. 2 beautiful characters plus 1 stunning beauty add a brilliant scenery to the silence. They were all renowned experts in the divine domain. One of them was the beautiful character Zhao Yu. He has a devilishly attractive figure and looks. Every move he makes exudes a captivating allure and a strong, wild charm. That Bai Qingshui was indeed the most perfect woman he had ever seen. No celebrity could compare, and the 2 people beside Bai Qingshui were also familiar to Shi Feng. He had seen them on various news and television shows. Plus, her beauty is like that of an ethereal fairy. Her cold, snow-like demeanor, even women would be moved by her, let alone a group of men. even Shi Feng had to admit, were none other than, it is indeed, the idol of Kuroko. The snow goddess, Bai Qing wearing splendid bronze armor. It perfectly highlights her exquisite figure. They all had infatuated expressions on their faces. At this moment, Heise's eyes were wide open. No way, how could this happen? He was speechless. The trio that wanted to stir things up. No need to rush, but lonely as Snow suddenly noticed that all the players around him had disappeared. There was suddenly a commotion in the distance. Many players rushed over there. Everyone was extremely excited. A group of players was all huddled together. Lonely, as Snow sighed in despair. Expert Ziyong thought, it's a bit hard to form a full team. Shi Feng turned around calmly and said, take your time. Before long, Shi Feng had formed a team of 4. The 4 of them were quite happy at first. Among the more than 10 people present, only they were selected. However, upon seeing their captain Shi Feng's level, they all became furious and expressed their desire to withdraw. What an arrogant guy. With Kuroko's enthusiastic yelling, more and more people are signing up for the 10 Peaks team. This has caused such an effect. The main reason is the equipment on Heise. He immediately felt confident. But after seeing Kuroko's urgent rejection, Tianlang's face instantly fell. He turned to look at Kuroko, who was flipping him off. Veins bulged in an instant. And get him to join our party. Tianwang immediately nodded, saying that it was a great idea. He then quickly contacted Heise, seeing the instant reply, that sorcerer was already a level 3 mage when he formed the team. Xiao Gaga suddenly laughed and said, no matter how strong that sorcerer is, there's no way they could clear the dungeon with a level 1 rookie. The shield warrior nearby chuckled and suggested, why don't we use the mage gear as a wager? He kept calling out and pulling in kills. He really does have a bit of the aura of a... Tianwang was almost stunned by the halo effect of the bronze equipment. His eyes nearly popped out. The shield warrior awkwardly reminded him that, just then, little Gaga next to him suddenly said, Boss Tianwang, look at that spellcaster. His equipment, glowing with a blue light, looks quite powerful. I saw Heise holding an extremely rare bronze equipment. Soon after, Heise's voice came through, experts leading the team. 3rd rank, 3rd speed, come quick. Tianwang heard the call, and immediately showed disdain, so full of it. How thick-skinned can this guy be? But it turned out, Heise was the real master. In his past life, he was a sword king at the peak. But now, his dungeon team rejected him. To enter the dungeon quickly and farm blueprints. He had no choice but to have Heise trigger the gear effect as a distraction. Heise immediately grinned, showing he understood that the bronze gear's aura had a faint blue glow. Lonely as Snow suddenly opened his mouth wide. In disbelief, he looked at Heise. He had thought Shi Feng was an exceptional expert, and laughed, stick with Brother Feng. You definitely won't be disappointed. You've got a good eye, kid. Shi Feng suddenly turned to Heise and said, equip the staff, and remember to turn on the special effects. Shi Feng nodded, signaling his approval. Heise didn't expect Jimo Ruxu to leave her original team and come to theirs. He suddenly felt a bit of goodwill towards Jimo Ruxu. He patted Jimo Ruxu on the shoulder. He quickly caught up with the expert, Shi Feng. Brother, block 1 for me. I want to join you guys in killing Ji Ling. I have 2 pieces of regular fake gear. Defense is 24 points. And suddenly shouted, don't regret making this choice. When we clear the Dead Spirits trial and get the top-tier equipment, you'll regret it. Lonely like Snow didn't argue back. He didn't feel like he misjudged the person. Shi Feng was definitely an expert. Afterward he also chose to quit, ready to follow Shi Feng and see if his judgment is correct. Skynet watched the departing lonely like snow. Lonely, as Snow still wanted to persuade Shi Feng to stay. But the Heavenly King said, "You now have two choices. 1. Come with us to the dungeon. 2. Leave the team with them." Lonely as Snow was silent for a moment. Shi Feng didn't want to embarrass Lonely as Snow. He directly chose to leave the party. Then he said to Heizi, "Heizi, let's go find more people to run a dungeon." Without a word, Heizi also left the group. The shield warrior walked up in front of Shi Feng and teased, "Hey, level 1 big shot, why aren't you talking? Even a snail wouldn't take this long to open up, and still not be at level 1. The sorcerer by the wall agreed, saying, "With your level, you dare to command me?" The Heavenly King sneered. "This season's Lin is only a level 2 dungeon. They're sending a level 1 newbie into a dungeon. Aren't they just asking for a wipe? They even dare to steal all the gear from the swordsmen and sorcerers. Do they think we're idiots? This is the expert you mentioned. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out he's nothing special." The shield warrior next to him also looked displeased. "This weakling is only level 1. They're just here to scam equipment." Soon, Lonely as Snow brought Shifeng and the others to the team gathering. His friends were clearly getting impatient. They kept urging Shifeng and the other to join the team. When the team leader, Skynet, saw Shifeng's level, he mocked, saying, "Lonely, if it weren't for you recommending monster farming to me, I probably wouldn't have reached level 2 by now. My 3 friends worked themselves to the bone just to reach level 2. This time, with you leading the team, well, definitely clear this dungeon." There were low-level players everywhere. Many players were gathering to form parties. Shifeng immediately spotted the lonely figure waving like snow. He shouted excitedly, "The great god, you finally came. The more people there are, the safer it is. It's less likely to fail." When Shifeng and Heizi arrived at the dungeon of the Silent Forest, various shouts for team formations could be heard everywhere. The entire Silent Forest was already crowded with people. Shifeng turned to Heizi and said that someone invited them to kill Death Spirit's parents. "Let's gather quickly." Heizi, puzzled, asked, "Can't the 2 of us handle it?" Shifeng explained that Death Spirit's parents are a team fight. "The 2 of us can't enter alone." Silent Snow was the sincere guy he had previously met by chance at the town hall. He wanted to ask Shifeng to lead a team to kill Ji Lingfu. After hearing Shifeng's request to prioritize selecting gear for swordsmen and spellcasters, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. After the discussion, afterward, he put away the abyssal weapon and thanked the sergeant. He was preparing to leave. With Jack's respectful bow, he turned around and left. Not long after, Shifeng suddenly noticed that Silent Snow had sent him many messages. Master Jack looked at the once pitch-black abyssal blade, which now faintly glowed with a golden light, and said with satisfaction, "The Black Dragon King's curse has been temporarily suppressed." Shifeng felt much more at ease. At least in the short term, the backlash won't be too strong. Half an hour later, the forging succeeded as expected. Shifeng took the abyssal blade. He noticed some changes in the description of the weapon. The part about backlash had disappeared from the weapon's details. Only then did Master Jack regain his usual composure. "No problem, it can be done in half an hour." Immediately, Master Jack placed the lucky stone and the abyssal being into the furnace to roast. He wielded a hammer, continuously striking the abyssal being. melding the lucky stone into it, was suddenly renamed as the Lucky Stone. It instantly skyrocketed in value, transforming from trash into a valuable item in the divine realm. Master Jack said with great anticipation, "Can we weaken the curse now?" Suddenly frozen in place. Jack Dashi, coming to his senses, suddenly had an expression of admiration. "Shifeng, you truly are the man I recognize." Shifeng felt a secret joy in his heart. That day, this extremely rare and useless stone, as expected, Shifeng remained indifferent. Calmly, he gestured to Heisey to hand the new stardust from the backpack to Master Jack. After Heisey took out the emerald stone, he quietly backed away. It didn't even have the name Lucky Stone on it. Master Jack glanced at the dark green stardust stone. "You can counter this curse. Although these stones can be found all over the continent, but very few people can actually obtain it. If you can find this stone, I can help you weaken the curse of this sword. To weaken it, one must have sufficiently strong luck. In the divine realm continent, there are stones that gather the good fortune of the divine realm. These stones are called lucky stones. As long as you have a lucky stone, to give this death sword unparalleled power. The power of their deaths was sealed into the sword by the general. Without immense strength, it's impossible to suppress it. However, there is a way to weaken the curse. The power sealed within the sword is a curse. Stone Peak naturally knows all of this. That's why I hesitated back then." He curiously asked, "Is there any way to lift the curse?" Master Jack shook his head. "General Ulysses killed countless terrifying beings. The abyssal sorcerer can bring incredible power to its wielder. But this sword carries the curse of the Black Dragon King. The more you try to unleash the sword's power, the stronger the curse becomes. In the end, it will plunge the wielder into an endless abyss. The more you try to unleash the sword's power, the stronger the curse will become. In the end, it will plunge the holder into an endless abyss. Your strength makes it too difficult to control this sword. It's easy to be consumed by the curse. The holder will be cursed by the Black Dragon King. All attributes will permanently decrease by 50%. This is a good sword, and it has immense power. However, the curse on this sword is very evil. It ranks 31st among the 36 sacred swords of the mortal realm. However, this sword is cursed by the Black Dragon King. In addition to granting its wielder immense power, it periodically backlashes against its wielder. If one cannot suppress the backlash, seeing it naturally sparks curiosity. After observing for a moment, Master Jack said seriously, "The abyssal sword was personally forged by the renowned General Orisis, using the fangs of the Black Dragon King as its primary material." Gazed with intense desire and softly asked, "Would you let me take a look at this sword?" Shifeng didn't think much of it, and directly handed the abyssal blade to Master Jack. Such a cursed sword is the lifelong pursuit of every forging master. A demonic contract. This sword must have an incredibly terrifying curse placed on it. I'm afraid this curse has already started backfiring on its wielder. Master Jack called out to him, and Shifeng was slightly surprised. And Master Jack quickly called out to Shifeng, "Young man, please wait. You've really made me see you in a new light. I've been forging weapons for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen." He turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he turned to leave, Master Jack's gaze fell on the dark long sword at his waist. Even though the dark long sword was rusted and worn, it did not escape the eyes of the forging master. The equipment crafted from those blueprints not only has a low cost, but also excellent attributes. In the previous life, many blacksmiths made a fortune because of those blueprints. After making up his mind, Chieftain didn't linger any longer. Crafting equipment requires blueprints. Right now, I've only learned the skills. Without the blueprints, there's nothing I can do. He secretly felt pleased. The purple forest produces bronze equipment blueprints. Hazy immediately beamed with joy. If that's the case, then this talent is indeed amazing. When will Brother Feng craft some top-tier equipment for me? He expressed his displeasure. And the materials cannot run out. The terrifying failure rate will waste a large amount of materials. With the forging talent, you can save a lot of materials. As soon as he heard he could save money. Now, as long as the forging is successful, there's a chance to gain an additional 2 proficiency points. The promotion efficiency has increased several times. Ordinary players want to become ultimate forging apprentices. It will take at least over 10 days. It doesn't seem very useful. Chieftain, however, said seriously, "Don't underestimate the 2 points of proficiency. You have to know that a novice blacksmith has only a 20% success rate when crafting a piece of ordinary equipment. There was only a 40% chance to gain 1 proficiency point upon success. Looks like it's quite impressive, Chieftain. After a successful forge, there is a certain chance to increase proficiency by 2 points. Heisey was immediately a bit disappointed. Hearing you say that ENGSUB becomes a junior forging apprentice, has forging talent, forging genius reward, steel block of refined steel. Heisey is a bit curious. Forging genius. With your strength, you can definitely inherit my forging skills. At the same time, a system prompt popped up indicating the completion of a hidden quest. Path of Forging. The player learns forging skills. Heisey also equipped the purple blood robe and purple blood leggings. The spell damage immediately increased a bit. Then Chieftain and Heisey returned to the blacksmith to turn in their quest. Master Jack, who was forging, said with satisfaction, "Young man, you're quite good." Heisey nodded vigorously. He indicated that he would practice more. Among them, there was a piece of bronze leather armor and a pair of plate gloves. With the exchange of 2 pieces of equipment, Chieftain has really upgraded his gear. He was instantly overjoyed. With this powerful control skill, the combat level can improve significantly. He quickly reminded that this skill has a 3-second casting time. You need to predict and cast in advance to control the enemy, restraining the target within a certain range. As long as the target exceeds the range, the thorns will break. Each thorn will deal 20 points of base damage, plus 30% spell damage. When Heisey saw this, there was a bronze robe. You take it and put it on. Then he handed the Evil Edge skill book to Heisey. The casting time for Evil Edge is 3 seconds. Extend 5 thorns. And their spell power isn't very high. Most of the skills focus on curses that drain health. It takes time for all the damage to fully take effect. After discussing the sorcerer's skill points, they started dividing the loot at 10 minutes in. To become a powerful sorcerer, agility is also essential. Agility not only increases movement speed, but also speeds up spell casting. Moreover, sorcerers have few survival skills. Don't you remember? Kuroko smiled awkwardly, trying to be polite. He quickly assured that he hadn't forgotten. Then, he explained very seriously, "Just put all the points into intelligence." Chieftain, annoyed, gave him a punch. The sorcerer class isn't as simple as you think. Kuroko was a bit puzzled. A DPS class should put everything into intelligence, right? But Chieftain shook his head. That big axe almost one-shot you earlier. Gathering himself, he asked Feng, "Can you teach me how to become a strong sorcerer?" I don't want to just stand on the sidelines every time. Shifeng nodded. Let's start with skill points, then. Kuroko immediately grinned. Isn't that simple? It's also one of the few control damage skills for warlocks. Heizi wasn't excited, but he looked really down. He felt he was too weak. He couldn't help at all. Heizi excitedly shouted, "Brother Feng, you're literally my idols." After a while, Shifeng picked up the skill book on the ground and smiled. "Heizi, your luck is off the charts. This evil wing whip is a rare skill." After revealing his trump cards, Shifeng finally took down the kobold chief. Shifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After the kobold chief exploded, the dropped items immediately scattered everywhere. At this moment, Heizi is slumped on the ground. This time, I didn't help at all, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. This level 0 big shot dares to challenge a level 5 boss solo wielding a magic sword. They fought fiercely for a long time. Level 5 monster kill experience gain, 500%. You have gained 2,350 experience points. Congratulations, you are the first player in the Divine Realm to kill a boss monster. The drop rate for the Knoll leader is increased by 200%. Reputation in the Star Moon Kingdom has increased by 10 points. Stone Peak finally took away the last sliver of the kobold leader's life. Altogether, the leader monster was over 4 times stronger than an elite. He still fell before the powerful demonic aura. System prompt: you have killed a level 5 Knoll leader. Suddenly, unleashing a surge of demonic power, thunderclap. In a flash of fire and light, Stone Peak summoned the chasing wind sword once again. He turned into a terrifying dark red blade aura that pierced straight through the kobold leader. Immediately, he exerted force, using the clone as a foothold. Like an arrow being shot, quickly aimed at the dog-headed leader. The next moment, the dark abyssal being, completely going berserk, he swung his battle axe rapidly to interrupt Shifeng's attacks. After avoiding the splashing clothes, as he was about to fall, he suddenly stepped hard on the clone. In an instant, he hadn't even reacted yet. Shifeng's clone had already thrust the abyssal blade into his dog-like eyes. Immediately after, Shifeng's clone frantically swung the abyssal blade with incredible speed, instantly beating the kobold leader, making him howl in pain. The kobold leader roared angrily. They swiftly rushed towards the kobold chieftain. Shifeng and the shadow clone both raised the abyssal blade to strike. 2 figures rapidly charged forward. They were headed straight for the kobold chieftain. The kobold leader's dog-like eyes suddenly widened sharply, and used the skill Phantom Kill. In an instant, a shadow clone appeared 3 yards away from him. Then he unleashed the skill Gravity Liberation. He and the shadow clone quickly launched an attack. The next second, the shadow clone and Shifeng suddenly dropped to the ground. Or a twist of fate that has given me the chance to start over. How could I easily give up here? In this life, I will rewrite my tragic fate. He struggled to raise his body. Should I really give up? In my past life, I worked tirelessly for the Shadow Guild, winning countless territories for others, yet discarded like garbage. I don't know if it's heaven's favor. Kuroko quickly began to persuade Shifeng to give up the mission. If you die here, the loss will be huge. But Shifeng was panting wildly, trying to calm himself down. Kuroko quickly ran over, concerned. Feng, what's wrong? Are you okay? The kobold leader seemed to notice his awkward situation, and a hint of mockery appeared on its savage, dog-like face. It slowly approached Shifeng, who was struggling to stand. He collapsed directly to the ground. Meanwhile, system warnings kept popping up. Once his mental strength hits 0, he'll be forcibly logged out of the game and restricted from logging in again. But just at that moment, a sharp, intense pain suddenly surged in Shi Feng's head. His mental strength was nearly depleted. The 9 abyssal blades gradually dissipated in place. The sudden pain made it impossible for him to stand. The 9 abyssal blades stopped attacking and swiftly flew towards Shi Feng. In an instant, the 9 abyssal blades floated in front of him again. He raised the abyssal blade in his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to the kobold leader, though the damage was low. However, there were too many of them. After just a brief bombardment, the kobold leader's HP dropped to the last few hundred points. At that moment, the 9 abyssal blades flew swiftly, stirring up the air. The sound of them piercing through the air echoed. The massive kobold leader became an easy target. The 9 abyssal blades kept striking. One by one, small branches, just over 10 points, scattered, constantly piercing through the bodies of the giant hounds. Although Shi Feng couldn't fully control the 9 swords, it was still fine to use them for simple attacks. After clearing out the troublesome minions, Shi Feng immediately controlled 9 abyssal blades and shot them at the kobold leader. Each phantom sword can deal 30% damage. At the same time, the rapidly approaching giant hounds have reached Shi Feng's side. In the next second, 9 abyssal blades danced in the air. Like mischievous spirits, the illusion of 9 abyssal beings manifests, floating quietly in mid-air. Surrounding him, the 9-headed dragon palm can instantly create 9 illusions of abyssal beings for the wielder to use. The player will be forcibly exited from the game. However, at this moment, there is no time to care about anything else. This task he is avoiding gambling. At the moment, the 9-headed dragon slash is activated. A mysterious shadow suddenly appears beneath Shi Feng. He just doesn't know how long his current mental power can last. Mental power in the divine realm is different from other attributes. If overconsumed, the player will experience severe pain symptoms. Once the mental power is exhausted in the game, he doesn't have time to clear these distractions now. If this continues, the task is definitely going to fail. If he wants to turn the situation around, there is no choice but to use the 9-headed dragon slash. As the giant dogs landed, immediately rushed towards the position of the stone peak, flipping in the air. At the same time, there are only 2 minutes left to complete the task. The pressure on Shi Feng suddenly increased. It felt as if a century had passed. The dog-headed leader suddenly roared. He opened his ferocious giant mouth wide. A strange orb of energy emerged from within. With a series of howls, countless fierce giant dogs leaped out from that sphere of light. When his first attack misses, the battle axe in his hand again heads back towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng does not dare to relax in the slightest. Quickly pull back immediately. Just a brief encounter. In the next moment, the terrifying electric arc flashed by. Shi Feng quickly sidestepped to avoid it. He narrowly brushed past it. The leader's explosive attack methods are diverse. He has already developed intelligence. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in his hand. A sharp flash of lightning quickly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, Shi Feng felt something was wrong. Even with the magic aura in hand, he was not invincible. The Knoll Chief was immediately knocked into a brief daze. He had no hesitation whatsoever. He turned around and ran away. In this terrifying battle, there was no room for him to intervene. The goblin leader quickly regained his composure and locked onto Shi Feng's position. He suddenly raised the abyssal one in his hand, swiftly activated the skill Gale Blade. Stone Peak instantly transformed into a black flash, striking directly at the Gnoll Chief's head. With a loud bang, he tore apart all the chains wrapped around him. At the same time, Shifeng also moved. He leaped into the air, instantly flashed near the Gnoll Chief. Shifeng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If my ex-wife hangs up, the impact on Heisi will be too great. 3 seconds pass in the blink of an eye, after the dog-headed leader let out a roar of anger. All of this just to ruthlessly trample those who betrayed him in his past life. Just now, as Kuro was about to be killed by the giant axe, Shifeng used abyssal binding to save him. Seeing that the rescue succeeded, and their defense drops by 100%, he was originally a feared swordsman-magician. After an unexpected rebirth, he risked the danger of backlash, and chose to bind with the abyssal fiend. Shifeng didn't dare to stay any longer. He directly used abyss binding. At this moment, the Gnoll leader was already bound by the dark chains from the abyss. He couldn't move at all. This skill prevents the target from moving for 3 seconds, mentally prepared to be the first to fall. However, just then, a series of swooshing sounds suddenly filled the air. Countless chains formed from dark energy extended from the void. Right as Heisi was about to lose his life, he never expected his feeble attack to attract so much aggro. Then, a whistling sound followed. The kobold leader's massive axe stirred up gusts of wind, and came crashing down toward Heisi. At that moment, Heisi felt there was little chance of survival. The kobold leader suddenly gave up. Shifeng turned around, gritting his teeth as he charged toward Heisi. Heisi's legs instantly went weak, collapsing to the ground. The kobold chieftain also noticed the one who had just ambushed him, its fearsome eyes fixated on Heisi. Shifeng knew this was bad. He quickly warned Heisi to run for his life as soon as the words were spoken. But upon seeing this damage, he was also shocked by the kobold chieftain's defense. Comparing the 30 points of damage to Shifeng's over 100 damage, the gap left him feeling hopeless. At the same time, just then, a shadow arrow suddenly exploded above the head of the Gnoll Chief. Although it only dealt 30 damage, it interrupted his attack. Heisi was eager to relieve Shifeng's pressure. The onslaught was relentless, leaving people overwhelmed. Shifeng suddenly felt a surge of pressure. This crazy attack could take down even the martial shield warriors and the guardian knights in an instant. He then began to swing his battle axe wildly. Both the speed and power of his attacks reached a terrifying level. With each strike, the ground would crack deeply, scattering fragments like flying swords, one axe after another. But at that moment, the kobold chieftain sidestepped swiftly, appearing in front of Shifeng. In the next second, the kobold chieftain suddenly flashed a subtle smile, entering a state of rapid augmentation. His attack speed instantly doubled. The moment the giant axe hit the ground, debris flew everywhere. The entire area was smashed into pieces. Shifeng clumsily leapt into the air, barely dodging the impact. With his current speed, he was very confident he could easily dodge any attack. Immediately, the kobold leader's eyes flashed with a savage light. He suddenly raised the giant axe in his hand and swung it down toward Shifeng. Then, he lets out an earth-shattering roar. The blood pouring from his wounds becomes his stimulant. His entire body is stained a bright red. He enters a berserk state where his attack power is doubled. However, at this moment, with the abyssal sword in his hand, Shifeng's attribute soared. In just a brief moment, his health bar has been cut down by more than half. The Gnoll, heavily injured by Shifeng's surprise attack, is extremely furious. He suddenly opens his fierce dog-like eyes wide. The demon sword once again unleashed several bursts of terrifying demonic energy. The next second, 3 violent and sharp dark red sword beams were slashed out with a flash of lightning and thunder. They pierced through the massive body of the kobold leader. This move instantly knocked off more than 300 of his health points. He quickly swung multiple times. Wherever the sword's light passed, tens of damage points popped up one after another. Immediately, while in midair, Shifeng suddenly raised the demon sword in his hand. With his furious roar, in the next second, as the Gale sword was unleashed, the kobold leader hadn't even reacted before seeing Shifeng turn into a black python, slashing at his neck. A terrifying damage value of 105 points instantly appeared. But the longsword in Shifeng's hand didn't stop. He raised the abyssal invoker high. It appeared beside the Gnoll chieftain. Then, a flash of red light appeared in Shifeng's eyes. The abyssal invoker suddenly emitted a piercing hum. A massive surge of magical energy erupted. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. The kobold leader was stunned by this scene. His eyes are about to pop out. Suddenly, a whoosh sound echoed. Shifeng was enveloped in astonishing, magical energy. This skill can instantly create a clone. The player can control this clone. The clone has 50% of the original's attributes and skills. At the same time, the original and the clone can swap places. Lasts for 30 seconds, her face full of disbelief at the scene. However, just at this moment, the split Shifeng turned into a mass of dark energy and slowly dissipated in place. This is clearly the effect of the skill Phantom Kill. Then, he swung his giant axe down again. Shifeng, suspended in midair, couldn't dodge it, and was immediately split in two. The consort saw this, and cold sweat poured down instantly. He swung it down towards Shifeng's position. Shifeng easily dodged to the side, looking at the tiny human before him. He was astonished at how effortlessly he could evade his attacker. The Gnoll chieftain immediately gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes wide open. At the same time, he saw his little brothers being slaughtered. The Gnoll chieftain couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly raised his giant axe. In the next second, he waved his magic sword casually. Several black pythons shot out. The dog-headed warriors, rushing at him, instantly froze in midair. All of them were killed in an instant. He was immediately stunned by this powerful attack. Several goblin warriors had already pounced in front of him, blocking all his escape routes. Yet Shifeng remained completely calm. He slowly raised the magic sword in his hand, and overwhelming demonic energy erupted from the sword. Without the leader's command, the summoned kobolds quickly charged at the players in the arena. "I can't wait to take on the goblin incident." He hurriedly signaled Heisey to hide in a safe place first. Just then, at the same time, the kobold leader let out a roar that echoed across the sky. As the summoning skill was activated, the sound of whooshing filled the arena. Countless kobolds were summoned. Gain 2 additional free attribute points per level. Comes with skills: Phantom Kill, Abyss Bind, 9-headed Dragon Slash. The Abyssal one is cursed by the Black Dragon King. In addition to granting the wielder tremendous power, it will periodically backfire on its holder. 10% chance to inflict doom. Cursed, all attributes decrease by 30%. Duration, 20 seconds. If the wielder's class is swordsman, all skill levels increase by 2. All attributes, 10. Attack speed, and 3. Ignores monster level. Level 5. 15% chance to deal double damage on attack. Although the Abyssal one's level was reduced to 0, he gained even greater power. He hurriedly checked the Abyssal One's stats. Abyss Dweller, one-handed sword, magic attack power 24. Just now, in order to kill the kobold leader and complete the mission, Shifeng took a risky move and chose to bind with demonic energy. My current state is countless times better than before. When the unique magic sword appeared in the world, one either becomes a god or falls into madness. Some have founded empires wielding magic energy, while others were eroded by power they could not control. Don't scare me. How did you drop to level 0? At this moment, a surge of power spread throughout Shifeng's body. He is now even stronger than he was at level 3. He smiled slightly, reassuring. In the very instant after binding was complete, Shifeng clearly felt all his strength being drained. His level kept dropping further and further, and in an instant he was down to level 0. Heizi, who was standing beside Shifeng, was also shocked. Feng Ji. Immediately, a terrifying dragon roar resounded. The energy pouring out from the demon sword evolved into a ferocious Black Dragon King. In the next moment, the Black Dragon King slowly dissipated. It returned to the demon sword once again. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, Abyssal Demonic Binding Successful. The system immediately popped up a warning that the binding cannot be undone. All consequences will be borne by the player. At this moment, Shifeng has entered a binding state. Countless dark energies surged from the demon sword. They tightly entangled him. He doesn't care about it anymore, since those people can harness magic energy. As a reincarnator, how could he lose to those rookies who haven't even grown up yet? At the moment of choosing the binding, at that moment, a system prompt appeared, asking whether to bind with the abyssal demon energy. Shifeng suddenly gasped. Choose binding. As for the backlash effects of the magic energy, unfortunately, in the end, he was consumed by the demonic energy, ultimately becoming a slave to the weapon. Anyone who controls demonic energy is a top-tier expert renowned in the divine realm, feared by many. But there were also many reckless heroes affected by the demonic energy. One sword chasing the wind, ENGSUB, wielding the roaring demon of demonic energy. One person, one offense and defense, one city. Thousands of players couldn't get within 100 yards of the city. He charged into a group of thousands of warriors and slaughtered them mercilessly. Not a single person could stop the blood god's giant axe. The enemy guilds fled in disarray. It can be said that he could hold off thousands alone. And those who can control demonic energy are truly rare. The blood god once became famous during a guild battle with over 100,000 participants. He established the magnificent war god empire. At that time, the blood god wielded the blood-colored demonic weapon, the red demon axe, and their gear was terrible. Trying to kill the kobold in 20 minutes, completely impossible. In the last life, the amount of demonic aura Shifeng had seen was extremely rare. Anyone who has seen the power of demonic energy will be captivated by its strength. He no longer hesitated. Just open the backpack. Shifeng reluctantly took out the demonic aura. At this point, Abyss Walker could only give it a shot. After all, there were only 2 of them. However, he couldn't give up, because if he failed this hidden mission, there would never be a second chance to obtain it. To kill the head of the dog-headed people, he could only face it head-on, not to mention the terrifying health points. Even the life-size giant axe on his back was enough to make one tremble. If that axe were to hit, it would definitely turn into minced meat on the spot. Shifeng didn't know if he could complete this task. However, just at this moment, the kobold leader suddenly let out a furious roar. He was already impatient to begin the attack. Looking at the towering kobold leader, Heisey had no confidence at all. As for defeating it with a smoke bomb without taking damage, that's simply impossible. The boss has an extremely wide field of vision, and also has certain requirements to meet. At this point, there are only 19 minutes left until the mission ends. Skill regeneration restores 42 HP every 5 seconds. Its massive body can also resist various negative statuses and crush attacks. The attacks it causes are difficult to defend against. The cup suddenly showed fear. This impressive boss is simply not something players at this stage can defeat. A white-furred kobold in heavy armor slowly walks out. Kobold Chieftain, level 5. HP, 2100 weighing. Skill, armored physical attack. Dealing high damage is nearly impossible. They saw the enormous horns. Every step it took cracked the ground. Chifeng looked at the boss and slowly said, "This is the target we need to kill this time." They saw a creature of massive proportions, wielding a giant battle axe. The big guys haven't shown up yet. At this moment, a sudden thumping sound echoed from deep within the cave. Heisey heard the noise and immediately panicked. It seemed like a monster was coming. This caused the kobold to drop to level 2. With their cooperation, they quickly cleared out the nearby kobolds. Heisey somewhat smugly stated that these little kobolds were nothing to worry about. But Chifeng shook his head, wishing it were that simple. At the same time, Chifeng quickly weaved through the mob of monsters, constantly slaying the kobolds with low health. Although the kills are a bit time-consuming and labor-intensive, thankfully there is enough black iron beer. The sword in his hand danced wildly. He immediately drew the aggro of the kobold crowd. Just as the kobolds were about to gang up on Chifeng, Heisey from a distance furiously threw shadow swords, interrupting the kobolds' attacks. Right after, Chifeng unleashed the Windchaser sword. He vanished from where he stood, charging straight at the group of monsters. His movement and attack speed greatly increased. He wasted no time. There are countless gnolls armed with battle axes. They want to complete the mission. We need to clear out these pesky mobs first. The two wasted no time. They immediately got ready to fight. They arrived at the second level of the Red Heart mine. Compared to the gnolls outside the mine entrance, the ones inside are no longer level 4, but level 5. At the entrance, there's no task that can't be handled. Chifeng couldn't help but complain that you weren't saying this before. But this task is very dangerous. You have to listen to me. Then, Chifeng and Heisey cleared the gnolls all the way. He's not planning to give up. He plans to take a look first before making any plans. Upon hearing this, Heisey immediately grinned, with Feng Ji around. Seeing the grim expression on Chifeng's face, Heisey couldn't help but feel concerned. However, Chifeng calmly stated that he had merely taken on a mission. Even if it turns out to be a trap, there's nothing he can do now. Now suddenly, there's a second stage real-world mission, and the target is a boss monster. That's basically a game-breaking bug. For someone who's only at level 3 now, it's too deadly. I really wanted to curse him out for this one-time deal. Now he's completely screwed him over. As expected, everyone holds something back. You can't trust anyone. They're all liars. In the previous life, the one-time deal never mentioned a second stage mission. You either ascend to godhood or fall into madness. Some have wielded its dark power to establish empires. Others have been consumed, unable to control its might. Just recently, I saw there's a second stage to the quest. At the same time, a system prompt appeared, Hidden Quest Path of Forging. The mission is to kill the kobold leader in the Red Star mine, to be completed in 1 hour. when the one and only demonic sword of the world appears. Then he boldly declared that to become an excellent blacksmith, one must have enough strength to acquire precious ores. In the Crimson Star mine, there is a powerful kobold chieftain. Go and kill him to prove your strength. Not a single one was left. Yet it was a quest item. Even selling it to an NPC wouldn't be worth much. Master Jack saw the fully packed ores. He immediately praised Shifing with satisfaction. But Shifing didn't want to explain. There is naturally a reason for it, so he no longer questioned it. Then the two of them arrived at the blacksmith's place. Shifing handed over all the Starfall ores. You'll understand later, but for now this stone is useless, so it's not worth anything. Heisey was a bit confused. Who would eat a stone? What is this starlight stone used for? It must be very valuable, right? And Shifing smiled slightly. The transformation Dao is for eating, but not for the players to eat. Heisey, your luck is really amazing. You actually found this thing. All monsters in the world have a chance to drop starlight stones. The chance is 1 in 1 million. Heisey immediately got excited. It's so hard to drop. He saw a dark green ore on the ground, picked it up and asked, "Brother Feng, what is this piece of starshine stone?" When Shifeng heard starshine, he suddenly turned to look at him. It is very effective against rangers and mages who prefer to kite. Heisey saw such a rare skill book, immediately said he wanted one too. With a big smile he said, "Salt Tiger will bring us what you want." Then Heisey picked up the fallen ore from the ground. The Windchaser sword enables ambush against enemies within 5 yards outside and 30 yards inside. Movement speed will increase by 40%. Charging towards the target increases attack speed by 10%. With this skill, the swordsman's mobility is greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, in Dark Moon Valley, Shifeng and Heisey were picking up the dropped items from Shadow members. Shifeng was holding a skill book dropped by the Rock Tiger. Seeing this, Heisey couldn't help but laugh. Salt Lake is really too generous. This item will be kept for you. And after hearing these words, he was completely deflated. Then he erupted in a fit of rage. His hatred for Yi Feng couldn't be washed away by all the waters in the world. If I arrive at Maple Leaf Town, and you haven't been promoted to level 2, you can get lost. Shadowy figures can't be useless. Then the communication was directly hung up. Look at what you've been doing in Hongi Town. I'm coming to you now. From now on, you no longer need to be the captain of Maple Leaf Town. An elemental master from the team will come to take over temporarily. I didn't expect you to contact me, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, please don't take it to heart. The man said coldly. All right, I know everything about your situation. Then a cold voice suddenly came through. Yan Hu, you're something, huh? Got quite the temper now. Yan Hu immediately gave a sheepish smile. Brother Zhang, it's you. I was just teaching those bastards a lesson. Just then, Yan Hu's communication alert went off. He answered impatiently and immediately started yelling, "Who is it? What do you want from me? And now it's gone." He roared in fury. "Gather up immediately. Everyone, head back to where we were just now. I'm going to tear that kid to pieces." He suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The skill book he was going to use to absorb the falling wind was actually ruined. That was a very rare swordsman skill. It was also the most valuable item dropped from farming kobolds, with a gaze that could devour a person. After regaining his composure, he immediately ordered everyone to check their backpacks. Take a look and see what salt shakers have fallen out. When he opened the backpack, and all skill proficiency decreased by 100 points. In the next moment, the bustling square of Maple Leaf Town, flashes of white light flickered. Figures continuously emerged from within. The newly resurrected flame tiger looked particularly pale. Not a single word could be spoken. Then a system prompt appeared before him. Player, Yi Feng has killed you. About to be resurrected in Maple Leaf Town. Level decreased by 1. By the way, thanks to the rich guy for helping me gather so many ore materials. It saved me quite a bit of time. The flame tiger immediately erupted in fury. He wanted to say something to Shifeng, but his body had already turned into starlight and dissipated. Shifeng said this was purely accidental. Are you okay, rich dude? I only said to stand still. I didn't say not to fight back, you know. Why did you charge in all by yourself? And his health dropped instantly to 0 points. Yanhu stared fiercely at Shifeng. He was so angry that he spat blood. If he hadn't charged in on his own, this skill would never have hit him entirely. As he charged toward the distance between Shifeng and the two horses, Shifeng unleashed Thunder Flash. 3 bolts of lightning pierced through the shield, passing through Yanhu's body. 3 critical hits appeared above his head. He used a charge skill against Shifeng. If Shifeng doesn't dodge, he can only take it head-on. In terms of strength, he won't lose. In the next moment, Yanhu was plunged into despair. All right, I'll just stand here. Come at me. Yanhu didn't expect Shifeng to be so foolish. Just by provoking him, he fell for it immediately. He quickly raised his shield. So he starts to mock, you coward. If you have the guts, don't hide in. I can take you down in no time. Shifeng didn't think twice. He agreed immediately. With maximum agility, this made it exceptionally easy for Shifeng to evade. In just a moment, Yanhu has already stopped attacking, gasping for breath. He has no way out at all. A sideways dodge with ease. The angered Yanhu vowed not to rest until he killed you in return. He quickly swung his battle axe, aiming at Shifeng. Yet, Yanhu's attack couldn't hit the agile Shifeng. Yanhu was no longer calm. He hurriedly turned around and swung his battle axe again. However, Shifeng had already seen Yanhu's move. He stepped back a little. He swiftly swung down a slash. Yanhu's health immediately dropped by 1/7. After cutting with a sword, Shifeng didn't forget to mock, where are you aiming? I'm right behind you. Yanhu's confident strike had missed. He stared ahead in panic, but there wasn't even a shadow of a person. At that moment, Shifeng suddenly appeared behind Yanhu, grabbed his black glowing battle axe, and suddenly charged at Shifeng. Yanhu's attack was powerful. The black glowing battle axe instantly came down, but the spot where Shifeng had just been was now empty. Even if Yanhu were dumber, he also realized that the Kobold Rebellion was definitely orchestrated by Shifeng. Yanhu was furious. You're dead, kid. He immediately raised his shield, and then used kobolds to slaughter them all. Just now, after the Yanhu king's escape, he ran into Shifeng, who was watching. Seeing Shifeng's cold smile, deleting account, returning to the time when the Divine Realm opened 10 years ago. This time, he will trample the Shadow Guild underfoot. While being pursued by the Shadow Leader, Yanhu, he pretended to give up the leveling ground. Rich man, why have you become a lonely person? Where did your little follower go? Did the dog-headed man take them out? He once created countless wealth for the Shadow Guild, but was betrayed. Out of about 10 players, he was the only one still alive. Tianhu didn't dare to stop for a moment. He quickly distanced himself from the area. Just when he thought he had escaped danger, a cold laugh suddenly echoed. "We meet again." Compared to the others in the shadow studio, Yanhu's skills were clearly superior. He continuously dodged the attacks of the dog-headed men. Under his desperate escape, he gradually created distance from the dog-headed men. They even fell far behind other guilds. After the gnolls took out the surrounding players, they were not satisfied. They immediately let out a roar towards the fleeing remnants. Then the gnolls quickly resumed their pursuit. They pounced towards Yanhu and the others. The flame tiger couldn't help but feel a wave of despair as it fled. It was hard-earned for everyone to reach level 2. Now, if anyone dies, they will all go back to level 1. It's a back-and-forth situation. The dream of becoming the master of the Red Leaf Guild was shattered. Flame Tiger immediately signaled everyone to retreat, but the dog-headed people are very fast. In no time, they caught up with the short-legged mage class. They each swung an axe at the mages' heads. Seeing the danger, the players from Shadow Studio didn't even have time to react, and they were instantly mobbed by the kobolds. Several were taken out in the blink of an eye. The members in the rear were also in chaos. Seeing the situation was bad, they charged at the players who had been ambushing them. The level 2 refugee players couldn't stop the level 4 gnolls. Instant kill with one strike. A large group of kobolds immediately started a wild massacre. The shadowy figures were shocked at the scene. They were immediately horrified. A level 4 gnoll was something they couldn't possibly face. The gnolls immediately surged forward. They let out angry roars. At that moment, the previously clueless kobolds suddenly turned their gaze toward everyone in shadow. More than 40 kobolds, their eyes blood-red, let out angry roars. Finally realizing who had been attacking them, an elementalist noticed the disappearing smoke and asked Yanhu, "Brother Tiger, why did the smoke disperse?" Yanhu quickly looked over. Sure enough, the smoke at the cave entrance had dispersed. With a faint smile, he thought that if they dared to steal from him, he would let them enjoy it for now. Soon they would know what it means to be overly joyful. Time passed little by little. The effect of the smoke bomb gradually began to fade. Not far from the Chixing mine, Paizi was watching, gritting his teeth. "Brother Feng, are we just going to let this go?" That was information we barely got from the closed beta testers. Shifeng shook his head, with various ores and coins scattered everywhere. Yulang suddenly shouted that something exploded here. "It's a rare skill book for swordsmen." Yanhu, however, insisted not to stop. Keep grinding. Meanwhile, at this rate, he would level up to 6. By then, the Shadow Guild would definitely become the top guild in Red Leaf Town, and he would be the leader of Shadow. Groups of goblins lay at the entrance of the cave. The Shadow members grinned at the sight of the continuously falling kobolds. Even with so many people sharing the experience, each kobold still gives 2% experience gain. Yanhu was in a great mood at this time. Experience points were skyrocketing. They methodically started the killing. The kobold sword really allows for no damage farming. The little guys immediately started flattering him. They said Brother Yanhu will soon become the top player in the divine realm. Yanhu, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Can't you even imitate her? Didn't you see that pulling the goblin into the smoke lets us farm without taking damage?" Before long, under Yanhu's command, the warriors were responsible for pulling the goblins from afar into the smoke. 3 spellcasting classes stood at a distance, continuously casting skills to deal damage. This place is a great spot for leveling up. Hurry and notify Yulang and the others to come over. Xiao Gaga suddenly showed concern. After all, this is a level 4 area. It's a bit dangerous for their level. Xiao Gaga hurriedly asked Yanhu if they should continue the pursuit. When Yanhu saw the mine, his eyes lit up. They may run fast, but having this treasure land is enough. Instantly, smoke filled the air. It obstructed their vision. Shifeng immediately signaled Heizi to retreat. On the opposite side, numerous plate-armored classes and healers. The only choice is to run away. Everyone, charge. I want that little brat to know the consequences of offending the Worm Guild. Just then, a smoke bomb was suddenly thrown out by Shifeng. It exploded at the feet of the rock tiger. At that moment, several more players surrounded them. At the forefront was Flame Tiger. He cursed angrily through gritted teeth. Wolf is such a fang idiot. He attacked but still got killed. Everything happened too quickly. Shifeng suddenly appeared and instantly killed 3 people. He couldn't react at all. Kuroko felt that such mobility and reflexes were simply inhuman. He was once again shocked by Shifeng's strength. The shadow wolf was in disbelief. In an instant, it transformed into a scattering of starlight. With low defenses and level suppression, the effect of the level 2 wind thunder flash was terrifying. The black figure stared blankly at the silhouette before him. 3 sword flashes appeared. Feng Lei Shan suddenly emerged. Feng Lei Shan blocked the attacks of the 3 and directly hit the assassins still in mid-air. Massive damage appeared above their heads. All of their health dropped to 0. They were eager to loot his gear. Seeing the 3 approaching quickly, Heizi panicked instantly. After all, his gaming skills weren't that strong. Just as he was about to meet his demise, in the heat of battling monsters, Heizi was ambushed by 3 assassins. Following the principle of taking someone down with him if he couldn't win, he casually cast a level 3 shadow strike. It directly knocked the lead assassin to low health. The 3 couldn't help but feel delighted. They couldn't wait to pounce on Heizi. They didn't even have ordinary weapons, let alone Xuan Tai weapons. If only they could obtain a Xuan Tai weapon, then it will be a great profit. His staff must be top-tier gear. He thinks that Heizi can deal such high damage. There must be a Xuan Tai level weapon, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to one-shot him. The 3 assassins' motivation instantly surged. The other 2 assassins were also stunned. What the hell, this isn't a warlock. This is basically a mobile cannon. The veteran player Ghost Wolf quickly reacted. Take him down, guys. In an instant, it reduced him to low health. When Heizi saw this damage, he was completely stunned. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't expect a level 3 Shadow Bolt to be so badass. How strong can an attack from a useless sorcerer be? Could it really take him out in one hit? With a loud bang, the shadow arrow hit the Ghost Wolf. 185 points of damage appeared above the Ghost Wolf's head. He quickly recites a spell. A shadow arrow shoots towards the Phantom Wolf at point-blank range. The Phantom Wolf sneers dismissively, although there's no way to avoid it. His health is still very high, and the others were also members of the Shadow Guild. Heizi understood. This time he's definitely dead. His speed is simply no match for the assassin. But before he dies, he will resist a little. Even though Heizi was wearing several layers of ordinary cloth armor, it still caused significant damage to him, as he couldn't react in time. He immediately lost nearly 4/5 of his health. However, he also got a clear look at the ambushers. It was none other than Yu Lang, who Shifeng had sent home. The imposing Shifeng immediately roared, "Heizi, get away!" However, at that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Several blade lights from assassination skills suddenly slashed across Heise's body. 3 assassins attacked at the same time. Immediately, a blurry figure appeared behind Heise. The figure wielded a dagger. He shouted angrily, "Let's go together. First, take down this trash. Then, we'll deal with Yi Feng together." Aside from that too, while Heise was scavenging for loot, he unexpectedly discovered a piece of bronze-level equipment. At that moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed out. The dark figure immediately seized the opportunity to continuously release shadow arrows to attack. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 goblin heads were cleared. I also obtained 21 copper and 6 pieces of starfall ore. A large amount of experience points allowed Shifeng to reach level 3. Meanwhile, Heise also leveled up to level 2. Only after luring all the goblin heads into the smoke bomb did I suddenly accelerate to break away by 25 yards. This caused the goblin heads to lose their target and stand there in a daze. Seeing the goblin heads enter the smoke bomb's range from 30 yards away, he faced the packs of goblins without any fear. This time, he attracted more than 30 goblins at once. Shifeng's speed was slightly faster than the goblins. He clumsily maintained a distance of over 20 yards, just under 25 yards. After collecting all the drops, Shifeng didn't waste any time. He moved again. Using the advantage of 16 agility, he continued to draw the monsters. You only get 1 in 10 monsters. You need to kill about 1,000 gnolls to get 100 pieces. Now, with just over 20 gnolls, you can get 5 pieces of meteorite ore along with regular equipment. I have to say, the luck of the black guy is just too good. This group of gnolls dropped 12 copper coins and a level 3 ordinary solid armor piece. There were also a few starfall ore. He was quite lucky. According to Shifeng, the drop rate of meteorite ore from gnolls is not high. In no time, the 10 or so gnolls in front of the mine were cleared out by me. He didn't waste any time, and immediately downed a potion to quickly restore his mana. He needed to regain mana quickly to take on the next wave of monsters. That means I can level up by killing 20 gnolls, and it's completely safe and without injury. Moreover, the monsters keep leveling up. The speed is simply terrifying. If I keep this up, leveling to level 6 will be very efficient. This is a level 4 monster, although they are a duo. The experience points will be shared, but the experience points are still incredibly rich in. Just like that, I gained 5% experience. Seeing the first dog-headed man fall down, Heise immediately became excited. Now he understands why Shifeng was so confident. Killing monsters here is worth spending a few hours traveling. More than 20 shadow bolts flew out, and he was killed instantly. As for the kobold beside him, it made no comment on the matter. It remained completely unfazed. Heise was no longer timid. He grew bolder. He kept chanting spells and continuously shooting shadow bolts. The kobold, with only 420 health points, couldn't withstand Heise's relentless bombardment. He kept bursting out in roars. Before long, he returned to his original state. The other gnolls no longer paid attention to their frantic companion. Then they wandered off, encouraged by Shifeng. As expected, the hit kobold looked around, but it didn't find any enemies. It was attacked for no reason, and couldn't find the enemy. It made him incredibly angry. They won't attack us. The kobold's field of vision is very short. It can only spot enemies within 35 yards. A smoke bomb can reduce the monster's vision by 10 yards, which is exactly the maximum range of magic users' attacks. The inexperienced Heise immediately panicked. His frail body can't withstand a single axe strike from a dog-headed person. But Shifeng confidently smiled and said not to be afraid, as long as we maintain a distance of 30 yards. The kobold is very angry. That ferocious kobold head scans its surroundings. Its dog-like eyes suddenly widen, like a searchlight. This action made the other dog-headed people a bit wary. A shadow bolt swiftly shoots out, followed by a thunderous roar. The shadow bolt directly pierces through a kobold near the front. The struck kobold immediately shows 21 damage points, attacked out of nowhere, but he trusted Shifeng. After all, his level 0. If he dies, he dies. So he hesitated no more. He quickly began chanting a spell. It wasn't very effective against other monsters, but it worked well against kobolds. Shifeng pointed at the kobold in the smoke and said, "Don't be afraid. Just use any skill to attack." Heizi immediately started sweating profusely in fear. The smoke bomb can reduce the vision of monsters within 100 yards by 10 yards for 1 hour. Shifeng threw the smoke bomb in front of the cave entrance. There were a bunch of level 4 kobolds, at least a dozen of them. The smoke bomb could reduce the monster's vision, and they are quite agile. The entrance of the mine is filled with wandering goblins. As long as you attack one, you can draw out a group. Shifeng suddenly took out a smoke bomb and quietly approached, which can be obtained in the Crimson Star Mine. The Heartstone Mine is the lair of the level 4 goblins. Their favorite thing is ore. They dig for minerals in the mine every day. Goblins are born with immense strength. Because you are very interested in forging, I eagerly replied, "I've been interested in forging since I was young." A system prompt suddenly popped up. Hidden task, the path of forging. Required task items, 100 pieces of starfall ore. Do we still need to continue? Shifeng replied that we must wait. Without patience, he would not give the task. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged blacksmith suddenly asked, "Have you been watching for so long?" They all stood quietly, watching a middle-aged man, naked, continuously strike the red-hot ore with a hammer. Time passed slowly. Heizi quietly asked Feng Ji, "We've been waiting for a long time." We immediately chased after him, daring to steal my equipment. I will make him regret it. Shengyu Shifeng and Heizi quickly arrived at the Dark Moon Valley. Inside the blacksmith shop, Yulang became very interested in the rare elite's loot. Soon, Yanhu gathered all the members of the Shadow Studio from Hongi Town. He insists on taking down Shifeng this time. He must get the equipment. He shouted angrily, "Let's go!" The path they took leads to Dark Moon Valley. If we chase after them now, we can still make it. Maybe we can get the gear back. Yanhu's eyes lit up instantly. He stopped asking questions. He even had a warlock with him. I got caught in a pincer attack, and that's how they ambushed and killed me. Now that kid must have taken down the rare elite, got some good gear. Yulang pretended to be angry, distorting the facts, tempted me to accidentally discover a rare elite. But while I was fighting with the elite monster, that kid spotted me. He didn't know how to say it. Should he say how he was played by Shifeng? He couldn't say that. Otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out of the studio. Inside the Scarlet Leaf Array, Yanhu shouted angrily at Yulang, "What the hell are you doing? How could you get sent back to the city by a level 2 swordsman?" The expression on Yulang's face was as dark as water, although he wanted to explain something, so there was no reason to refuse. Getting stronger myself is the only way to help Shifeng. That way, I won't be a burden. Shifeng finally smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Why are you being so polite with me? You are a sorcerer, after all. Once you reach level 1, you can unleash the full power of your staff. This way we can level up much faster." Kuze thought for a moment. "And it's an incredibly rare bronze gear. At this stage very few players can own one." "I completely understand your thoughts, Kuze," he said seriously. "What's wrong with you? Aren't we good brothers?" Kuroko didn't take the gear. He looked a bit hesitant. After all, it was only because of Ishikaze that Snow Fox was killed. He didn't really contribute much, yet he got the best gear. This equipment greatly enhances magic-oriented classes. Not only is the attack power high, but it also adds +3 intelligence. If a magic-oriented class equips it, the damage can be upgraded by 2 levels. Attack E8, Intelligence I3, Spirito 1, Magic Value 30 Sui. He directly gave the Blackwood Staff to Heizi. When the cunning Snow Fox gained experience, the rare elite dropped a weapon, an ordinary Blackwood Staff, bronze-grade equipment. Level 1. He quickly used Thunderflash and normal attacks to draw aggro. Meanwhile, Heizi kept running around the perimeter, wildly shooting shadow arrows. The low-health Snow Fox couldn't hold on for long. After a short while, it let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the system notified of a rare elite kill. They even forgot to attack the Snow Fox. Shifeng quickly shouted, "The Snow Fox is low on health. Attack him now." With no interference from the Phantom Wolf, Shifeng once again launched an attack on the Snow Fox. After this wave of attack, the wolf spirit's health points were reduced to 0. He was filled with reluctance. He never expected that players could transfer aggro like this. Heizi, watching from a distance, was already dumbfounded. Immediately after, the massive tiger's mouth turned and closed. It directly bit down hard on him. Then, as if spewing trash, it forcefully spat it onto the ground. Immediately, a large pit appeared on the ground. Let out a cold snort. Everything was under control. Everything happened too quickly. The shadow wolf charged at him, but he didn't even react. At this moment, he was completely panicked. The Snow Fox, having no footing, was easily kicked toward the direction of the shadow wolf. It opened its saw-like jaws, ready to take out the shadow wolf in front of it. Seeing this, Shifeng and its ferocious jaws were already just inches away. Shifeng remained completely calm. He suddenly leaped up and kicked right at the ferocious giant mouth, kicking it away instantly. At this moment, Shifeng only had 31 health points left. The situation was extremely critical. The Phantom Wolf was also showing a smug expression. He believed that Shifeng had no chance of surviving their ambush. He saw the huge body of the Snow Fox. That assassin is preparing to ambush you again. While the Snow Fox continues to attack Shifeng, the Ghost Wolf also quickly moved. He was ready to take down Shifeng the moment he dodged. He was ambushed by the Snow Fox and the Phantom Wolf. The Snow Fox only knows that it must kill Shifeng. It lunges towards Shifeng's position again. At the same time, Heizi noticed this and quickly shouted a warning. Then, he let out a fierce roar. His snow-white body grew enormous. The health that was nearly depleted suddenly recovered significantly. At the same time, the enlarged Snow Fox had all its stats increased by 20%. Really are a bunch of dogs. But at that moment, the forgotten Snow Fox suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately, his frail fox paws suddenly burst into a flash of light. They actually grew larger. How will our protagonist, Shifeng, respond? Just now, Shifeng stared at the revealed assassin, his veins bulging in anger. "You shadow people." He had concealed his aura very well. He didn't even make a sound, yet his advancing attack was still dodged. Ahead, the giant elite monster was furiously attacking. Assassins from the Shadow Guild are lurking behind, waiting to ambush. He narrowly escaped. He narrowly dodged the strike. Shifeng immediately abandoned the snow fox. He distanced himself from the slowly emerging figure. The wolf, whose figure was revealed, was quite surprised. A sharp dagger gleamed coldly in the air. It was stabbing toward his throat. Shifeng had years of combat experience. Instinctively, he leaned back. A bloody dagger flashed past him. He prepared to gather energy for his skill. However, just at that moment, a subtle sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the battlefield. In midair, Shifeng suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He immediately turned toward the source. The snow fox has not been taken down yet. He quickly seized the opportunity. He wants to deliver the final blow. Shifeng swiftly moved in front of the snow fox. He suddenly leaped up. "Brother Feng, you're incredible. What did you just drink?" At this moment, Shifeng's performance was like he was hacking. The fierce snow fox didn't even have a chance to fight back. After this combo, he gripped his beginner sword even tighter. 3 bolts of lightning quickly flashed across the snow fox's waist. The snow fox let out a tragic cry. In an instant, it lost a quarter of its health. Kezi was so shocked, he could hardly believe his eyes. He immediately activated gravity liberation. He charged fiercely toward the snow fox, 10 points low. In a flash, he arrived. The snow fox sidestepped and swung a slash at him. He didn't dare let his guard down. However, his vision became a bit blurry. He felt a little dizzy. Although it increased his damage, his body also became very hard to control. He didn't dare waste any time, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. At this moment, Shifeng was looking at the level of the snow fox. It displayed as level 0, while he was level 2. Instantly, there was a level suppression. After landing, the snow fox didn't hesitate at all, and charged toward the stone peak again. He suddenly leaped up, and took a bottle of black iron beer from his backpack. Then, he quickly opened the bottle in mid-air. The snow fox let out a miserable scream. It was then kicked away by Shifeng. At this moment, he felt that things were not looking good. If we keep dragging this out, we're definitely going to be wiped out. However, Shifeng was not the least bit flustered. He tugged. This exposed the snow fox's vulnerable belly. He raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick at it. In the next moment, the weak point was struck. Its durability kept dropping, and was about to break. Kuroko suddenly felt something was wrong. Could everything Brother Feng worked for end here? At the same time, pouncing toward him, Shifeng could only raise his sword in a desperate rock. At this moment, the beginner's sword, already low in durability, under the tiger's bite, Shifeng's health dropped to just 31 points, while the snow fox still had 244, completely disproportionate. The snow fox had no intention of giving Shifeng any chance to breathe. It launched another fatal attack. The shadow wolf, watching from the shadows, sneered in disdain. "These 2 weaklings. I probably won't even need to make a move. They'll be finished off by that boss." After a prolonged battle, snow fox agility is very high. A single careless bite can cause over 50 damage. Shifeng knew that if this continued, a team wipe was inevitable. He immediately lifted his leg and kicked the snow fox away, quickly creating some distance. "He won't be a threat to you." In just a moment, Snow Fox, who was fighting with Shifeng, was immediately hit by a barrage of shadow arrows. Instantly, losing more than 20 points of health, Shifeng felt even more pressure facing Snow Fox, but he didn't expect to only deal 5 points of damage. The elite monster's defense was far beyond his imagination. Shifeng continued to attack the Snow Fox, while calming him down, telling him not to stop. He'll hold him off. The Snow Fox, focused on attacking Shisong, was caught off guard. It was immediately hit. After seeing the damage, Heizi exploded on the spot. He was following a build focused entirely on stacking intelligence and magic damage. At worst, we die together. After all, I'm level 0 anyway. He quickly began chanting a spell. He waved his staff. A shadow sword shot out swiftly, but didn't expect such a big gap with elite monsters. Shifeng suddenly shouted, "Heizi, hurry up, don't just stand there." Heizi dared not delay, but Snow Fox only took 5 points of damage. The difference between the two is obvious. Shifeng is clearly weaker than Snow Fox in a power struggle. Kuroko panicked instantly upon seeing this. He's seen normal monster attacks before. The ice sword was already sweeping across its mouth. With a loud bang, Shifeng still couldn't withstand the Snow Fox strength. He was knocked back a few steps. 49 points of damage appeared above his head, directly biting towards Shifeng's neck, activating the skill Fatal Strike. But Shifeng's speed wasn't slow either, not at all inferior to the Snow Fox. At the moment, the Snow Fox charged over, plus 5 points of strength and 5 points of endurance. His stats are comparable to a level 5 swordsman. He can easily fight a level 2 elite. The Snow Fox is extremely fast. It suddenly leaps up. Shifeng quickly made a judgment. Its movements are agile, and its defense is not low either. But he has the title One-Man Army. All attributes increased by 10%. A sword aura struck the Snow Fox. It caused 32 points of damage, but the Snow Fox was fast and responsive. It quickly widened the distance the moment it got hurt, based on the Snow Fox evasion and damage. But the rewards for killing them are higher. At this moment, Shifeng had already quickly circled behind the Snow Fox. Catching it off guard, he suddenly launched an attack. The moment the slash was initiated, but Heizi stopped him, whispering, "Just hide in the back and throw skills. Watch how I kill him." Rare elites are a very special kind of elite. Their strength is the same as regular elite monsters. Level 2 HP, 450. Shifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Your luck is really off the charts. Rare elites drop quite a lot of loot. He eagerly and quietly approached. Shifeng glanced in the direction Heizi pointed at Lee. Sure enough, there was a white fox on the open ground. The fox had a small white rabbit in its mouth. It was a cunning Snow Fox. Rare elite had already made a clean profit of 24 silver. After buying a series of preparation tools, he took Heizi to Dark Moon Valley to start farming monsters. Before long, Heizi suddenly spoke. "Brother Feng, look, there's a blue-named one over here, daring to go to a level 4 area. This swordsman is definitely something unusual." He then smiled coldly. "Well, it's just your bad luck to run into me." While all the other players were still in the same version era, our protagonist Shifeng had just finished selling his goods. After seeing Shifeng's level, his worries instantly disappeared. As the two of them were on their way, a figure suddenly appeared nearby. Shadow Wolf was hiding in the dark, secretly shocked. Not many can reach level 2. I relied entirely on insider information from the wind color experts to level up so quickly. Heizi knows. Although Shifeng's skills are good, He's definitely not that impressive. If it weren't for our great relationship, he wouldn't have told me this secret. Just wait and see. You'll level up like a rocket. Look, I'm already level 2, right? Since the server opened until now, it's extremely difficult to challenge across levels in God's domain. Normally, even being one level higher, the level 0 blacksmith obviously isn't optimistic about this leveling trip. To dispel his concerns, Shifeng quickly reassured him, "My friend is a master of wind measurement." He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You Long, keep a close eye on that kid for me. He must learn the consequences of going against us." Yu Ying. The scene shifts. Shifeng with Haizi headed straight for the Dark Moon Valley. Meanwhile, Gaga from the Shadow Guild asked, "Brother Yanhu, are we really just going to let him leave safely?" Yanhu's face turned red. His eyes were filled with rage. After all, the Dark Moon Valley is an area with level 4 monsters. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't we go fight some low-level monsters?" Regarding Blackie's concerns, Shifeng smiled calmly and reassured him, "Just follow me." He wanted to chat a bit more with Shifeng. Meanwhile, Haizi, at level 0, curiously asked, "What are we doing now?" Shifeng smiled and replied, "We're going to grind monsters in the Dark Moon Valley." Haizi suddenly became a bit restless. He didn't say anything more. He immediately turned and waved. He walked straight towards Haizi. Sixin couldn't help but sigh. The 24 silver was hard-earned and took a long time to accumulate. Haizi squeezed into the crowded stall. He shouted, "Brother Feng, you had me searching for you for quite a while." After finishing the transaction for 24 silver, Shifeng held the heavy pouch of money and said, "My friend has arrived. It's great to collaborate with such a big guild." He expressed that since you're so straightforward, then I won't take the samurai either. Let's keep in touch from now on. Just then, "I'll take them all. Let's be friends. If there are any good items in the future, you must consider our assassin alliance." Shifeng understood that this was the Tattoo Guild trying to get on his good side. Salt Lake and the others froze in place at the sight. As soon as Thornheart saw the vendor, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Boss, we really have fate on our side." He laughed heartily. "These are from Camp 24. So much top-tier gear. How could the Assassin's League miss out?" At this time, more than 10 people arrived. Each of them wore the Assassin's League's ashes. The one who just spoke was Thornheart. Yan Hu immediately flew into a rage. He suddenly pulled out the giant axe, ready to strike at Shifeng. He wished he could kill Shifeng right now. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. "Interesting." However, the surrounded Shifeng remained completely calm. He simply said, "Idiot." He secretly mocked them, daring to threaten him in the red leaf formation. Do they not know that fighting is prohibited in the town? He glared at Shifeng. He coldly shouted, "Are you sure you want to oppose our shadow? I'm giving you one more chance. Think it over carefully before you speak." Immediately, the other 5 members of the Shadow Clan drew their weapons and surrounded him. Shifeng wasn't angry. He smiled lightly and said, "I'm not haggling. Please don't act like a big shot. It's hindering my victory." Yanhu Wenyan's expression suddenly turned pale. Yanhu noticed that Shifeng didn't have the guild ashes on him. He just looked like a lucky ordinary player. He arrogantly said, "All right then, I'll take all of these. A flat price, 1 silver." He was the leader of the Maple Leaf Formation. In the previous life, he couldn't rise quickly. Time and time again, we've been treated as cannon fodder. 30% of the credit goes to Yanhu's efforts. "I didn't expect to run into you so soon." He said no more. When it came to people from Shadow, he instinctively felt disgust. He recognized this shield warrior. His name was Yan Hu. Everything on the stall is ours. Everyone else can leave. Yan Hu looked at the bronze-level cross shield, then glanced at Shifeng and asked, "This is all you're doing, right?" Shi Feng nodded. Just then, a group of players rushed over. Leading them was a shield warrior named Yan Hu. He impatiently shouted, "Clear the way, clear the way. Since we from Shadow are here, what should I do?" Shi Feng said apologetically, "I just did a strange quest. I couldn't contact you. Come to Zone A1. I'll help you level up once I'm done selling items." Hisis' call came through. He was very anxious at this moment. "Feng Ji Wei, you finally picked up. I've wasted so much time, still stuck at level 0, but the price of Camp 21 is too high. Ordinary players simply can't afford it. He doesn't expect ordinary players to buy it. What he wants is the promotional effect." Just then, all the major guilds and studios are using the gear they obtain themselves, trying to gain as much advantage as possible. There's no way they would sell it. Right now, most players are only level 1. They wouldn't even dare think of level 5 gear, let alone a level 5 bronze shield. He instantly became the center of attention. The surrounding players were all amazed. It's been less than 10 hours since the Divine Realm opened, and someone can already get such high-level gear. What's even more unbelievable is that they're selling it. Come take a look if you want to buy. There are quite a few players setting up stalls in the trade zone, but most are selling materials and such. Almost no one is selling gear these days. With just one shout, he started setting up shop to sell his goods. Shifeng casually began hawking. "Come and take a look, don't miss out. High-quality materials, extremely rare premium gear." He strolled around the trade area. Then he randomly found a piece of open ground and planned to get rid of the unused equipment. After setting the prices for a while, he placed the herbs and equipment he had previously gathered. Agility, Law 3. Additional attribute weakening power. Reduces physical damage taken by 15% when equipped. The swordsman also wears plate armor. At level 5, he can totally function as a shield warrior with this gear. The Mystic Cloud level plate armor requires 20 strength to equip. Equipment level 5. Defense increased by 25. Strength a 6. Stamina an E3. However, the Dark Moon Valley is a level 4 monster area, and that quest is not easy to complete. It takes a lot of time. You need to prepare some items in advance to deal with it. The treasure chest also opened a piece of Mystic Cloud level armor, the Sky Battle Suit. But it also rewards a blacksmithing talent. If he has the blacksmithing talent, along with the blacksmithing book, he will surely become a senior blacksmith apprentice quickly. He can forge bronze equipment and make a lot of money. Both are priceless treasures. With these 2 books, you can create a master blacksmith and a master alchemist. He remembers there is a hidden quest in the Moonlight Valley. Not only does it allow free learning of blacksmithing, he needs to earn 16,000 credits in the last 10 days before the game. It's a lot of pressure. If anything goes wrong, all efforts will be wasted. There are also 2 ancient books. One is the Book of Forging, and the other is the Potion Codex. Although the Abyss Walker ranks at the bottom, his terrifying rumors make even the Reborn Stone Peak hesitate to bind it carelessly. He is considering it in 3, still chose not to bind. If you're not careful, the character can become useless. It's like a double-edged sword. The treasure chest opened in Beijing. Only 35 exist in the entire server. It's a magical weapon. There is no distinction in quality. It is even rarer than epic-level equipment. Its power is unmatched. However, there will be side effects. That is, backlash. He was still startled by the brilliant golden light. Once he regained his composure, Shifing looked at the sword that had just emerged, somewhat surprised. The abyssal mage's aura prompted whether the professional swordsman should bind the equipment. He is very familiar with demonic energy. Demonic energy is different from ordinary equipment. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the treasure chest. If it were nighttime, this would definitely be a dazzling beacon. It would attract everyone's attention, although Shifing was prepared. In his previous life, the secret silver treasure chests they opened yielded potion recipes and forging diagrams. He wondered what good things would come out this time. He had played in the divine realm for 10 years. He had seen fewer than 20 Jing treasure chests. He couldn't wait to choose to open it. He quietly observed in the deserted alley for a while, and only felt at ease after confirming no one was following. Then he took out the Jing treasure chest. He looked at the gleaming golden treasure chest. His heart was instantly filled with excitement. This drew the attention of several passers-by. Shifing quickly turned into an empty alley. He couldn't let the treasure chest he worked so hard for be taken by someone else. The opening of the silver-gold thorn treasure chest would definitely cause a stir. Then Shifing felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the square of Maple Leaf Town, and quickly fell from the air. Caught off guard, he fell hard, leaving only the words, "Your reward has been given. You can leave now." Shifing suddenly found himself in empty space. He immediately began to fall downward. This sudden change caught him a bit off guard. Title: One-Man Army. When using this title, all allies within a 30-yard radius gain a 10% boost to all attributes. Meanwhile, the player gains an additional E5 to strength and stamina. Immediately after, the Elder disappeared into thin air once again. The system notification also rang out. Task completed. Past glory has been rewarded. Crystal treasure chest. Title earned. One-Man army. Just then, the old man appeared again. He looked at Shifing with a smile. The young man did well. Immediately, a golden treasure chest suddenly appeared out of thin air. The bustling mage tower returns to tranquility once more. The stairs in front of Shifing are already covered with countless remnants of phantom assassins. At this moment, even his hand gripping the longsword begins to tremble slightly. He gasps for breath to calm himself down. The total of 500 kills has been achieved. With his longsword dancing, the combination of wind, thunder, and slashing strikes. The combo strikes again. The fragile phantom assassins fall in droves. Time passes, second by second. He swings his longsword wildly. In the next moment, the Thunder God stands on the stone peak of the roof, scanning the situation below. Then, he suddenly exerts force under his feet. Diving straight down, the 5 newly refreshed assassins charged at him again. But Shifing was completely unflustered. He immediately used gravitational release. His attack speed and movement speed received a significant boost. He quickly weaves through the crowd of monsters. Falling from the sky, he died instantly on impact. Shifing suddenly felt a surge of pressure. He didn't expect the last 100 monsters to feature different species. Fortunately, they didn't have much health. In the next moment, the ghost assassins were not planning to give Shifing a chance to catch his breath. A ghostly assassin suddenly leaped out from behind him, catching him off guard. With one strike, he took away a quarter of his health. Shifing turned around in anger and kicked. He kicked the ghostly assassin who had ambushed him flying. The ghostly assassin had low health to begin with. He skillfully dodged another ghost warrior's slash. Immediately after, he thrust his sword fiercely into the head of the ghost warrior. Take him down in an instant. Just then, with 10 years of combat experience, Shifeng immediately sensed the movement behind him. He suddenly leaped up. Lifting his leg, he delivered a sidekick toward the position of the approaching ghost assassin. In an instant, both ghost assassins and the ghost warrior he had been fighting were swept away. The next second, Shifeng landed from the air, stepping onto the nearby armrest. Surprisingly, the ghost assassins didn't attack from the stairs. But in a few quick leaps, they reached the top of the stairs, disregarding any code of honor. At the same time, Shifeng was fending off the ghost warrior's attacks, while two ghost assassins were already closing in on him from behind. They would probably fail the mission. But for him, it's not much of a problem. When there were only 100 monsters left, it was no longer just the ghost warriors respawning. Instead, more agile ghost assassins appeared. It can take down one in less than 3 seconds. Shifeng can use powerful area attack skills. He is least afraid of swarm tactics. 1 against 2, he can easily dodge attacks. If it were other players, allowed Shifeng to take down a ghost warrior with just 2 arrows. To speed up the killing, Shifeng activated gravity liberation again, causing his attack speed to soar once more. It has a damage amplification effect. As long as he doesn't fight monsters above his level, the effects of wind, thunder, flash and slash won't be suppressed. Against these ghost warriors, with only 200 HP, the powerful AoE damage of wind, thunder, flash is fully displayed. The post-wind, thunder, flash damage amplification effect. Ghost warriors within a 20-yard range are instantly hit, losing a large portion of their health. The increased damage from wind and thunder flash, combined with the reaping of slash, quickly takes down 90 ghost warriors. The narrow terrain, combined with an extremely high attack speed, makes it impossible for monsters of the same level to withstand his attacks. But Shifeng had already chosen the perfect battleground. He selected a narrow staircase, where they could only come one at a time. It allows him to easily face 2 ghost warriors. 3 bolts of lightning from wind and thunder flash. Risking his life, he charged toward Shifeng, facing an army of thousands of undead. The young man stood his ground like 1,000 warriors. Alone, he faced the ghostly warriors like a vast ocean. The army advanced straight toward the mage tower where he stood. As long as he defends the staircase, he can pass the test. Meanwhile, all the ghost warriors inside and outside the tower went crazy. They all rushed into the high tower. Time is tight. He has already selected the best place to confront the enemy. Then he landed steadily on the narrow staircase. This staircase only allows 2 monsters to pass at most. It's the best killing point. I will definitely be surrounded and killed. The only way is to use the terrain to limit and maneuver one-on-one. Shifeng has rich battle experience. He has a sudden ideas. He quickly jumps down from upstairs. The mission start prompt suddenly appeared. These monsters are easy to handle one-on-one. But when facing a sea of ghost warriors, even Shifeng started to get nervous. If I rush down directly, I'm just asking for death. Health points, 230. Countless ghost warriors wasted no time, charging forward in waves, rushing towards the mage tower. At the same time, the tower was constantly emitting hissing sounds. Countless dark figures appeared out of nowhere, looking at the ghostly warriors emerging from the tower. I suddenly felt a prickling sensation on my scalp. Ghost warrior, common monster, level 2. Then the old man vanished without a trace. Attributes are the foundation of a profession. If all attributes are reduced by 10 points, this account is pretty much wasted. At the same time, the system popped up a mission acceptance prompt. Past glory faces 1,000 monsters of the same level. Killing 500 will be considered a pass. Time limit 4 hours. Mission failure penalty, permanent reduction of all attributes by 10 points. And immediately laughed heartily. The young man is really full of enthusiasm. I appreciate you very much. But don't regret your choice. At the same time, he is willing to take on the challenge. He is confident he can handle this difficulty. Once it passes, it will play an important role in future development. The elder heard this. No need for introductions. I choose the most difficult one, hell difficulty. As a reborn person, he should have some courage. But are you willing to accept my test? Shifeng immediately expressed his acceptance. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Serious, he said, I will give you 3 choices. But Shifeng impatiently interrupted. Even the gods had to be wary of it. Unfortunately, he fell and disappeared during the Third Divine War. It became a regret of the divine realm. Whitebeard continued, I think you definitely want to become stronger. I can help you. Sky City is a very famous city in this divine realm. He was extremely shocked. Sky City once had a legendary reputation on the continent of the divine realm. There were countless legendary professions in the city. Moreover, there was the demigod-level sword Saint Eulucia stationed there. Welcome to the city in the sky. An old man with a white beard suddenly appeared, his voice filled with the weight of experience and wisdom. It startled Shifeng. He thought some kind of monster had appeared. The best place to learn magic is now in ruins. Even the magic crystal on the tower has shattered. Just as Shifeng ascended the mage tower, he immediately heard a voice welcoming the young adventurer, but didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, he saw that the mage tower in the distance wasn't shrouded in thick fog. He hesitated no more. Soon, he arrived at the mage tower. This used to be a sacred place for magic users. He immediately climbed onto a higher rooftop to use the vantage point to broaden his view. Standing on the rooftop, the cityscape was in full view. He glanced around. It took quite a bit of time, but Shifeng still couldn't find any mission clues. God's domain has just begun, and the gap is just starting to widen. He can't afford to waste too much time here. A city that's been abandoned for years. There are ruins of buildings everywhere. Judging by the size of the city and the grandeur of its architecture, it used to be very prosperous, even more flourishing than White River City. But in this bustling city, there isn't a soul in sight. Once fully understood, they stride forward decisively. We can't get out anyway. Might as well explore a bit. At worst, we'll just die and respawn back in town. This is a city. After completing the mission, even if another player comes here, the mission won't trigger again. You could say it's a very unique mission, but it's also a very dangerous one. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Could it be a region-triggered quest? There are some very special quests in Divine Realm. They can only be triggered in certain areas, and this kind of mission doesn't have any content. The player has to find it themselves. Back then, he didn't hear any information besides the treasure chest at Mistcloud, especially about the hidden quest in the Lost Lands, past Pesticide. This quest has nothing but a name, no quest content at all. No idea what needs to be done. With 10 years of experience in Divine Realm, Shifeng immediately saw the key to this hidden quest. A hidden quest was triggered. Glory of the Past has temporarily cut off all external player communication. You cannot leave this place until the quest is completed. Shi Feng couldn't help but think to himself. The situation at the mountaintop was completely different from what the assassins had reported earlier. He immediately became cautious. He recalled that the summit never had this much fog before. At this moment, the system emitted an emergency alert sound. The player discovered the lost land. He immediately used gravity release. He suddenly leaped toward the summit. He finally reached the top. What he saw was all white mist. He could only see about 20 yards around him. He continued to climb. Along the way, he slaughtered quite a few rock giants. He also replaced much of his equipment. He no longer looked shabby. Suen looked at the summit, which was just within reach. Shifeng looked at the skill book. In the end, he still chose to learn, although the shield combined with this skill book could sell for a better price. He wouldn't engage in such a short-sighted act. Shifeng didn't linger. Parry requires a melee weapon to withstand 1 instance of damage from the front. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Parry, this life-saving skill, is extremely rare, especially when fighting a boss. Often, a key block can save your life. Just 10 minutes ago, after defeating Shilos, he began to rummage through the pile of rubble for treasures. The quality of the drops from elites is still very high. A very nice large shield equipment and a skill book dropped. The skill book is a universal melee skill, but he was cruelly betrayed and abandoned for profit. Now, having been reborn, he is determined to take revenge on the greedy. While others are still forming teams to grind low-level monsters, he starts off by using his rich experience to continuously defeat high-level monsters. This sword took away the last bit of Shulua's health. With a loud rumble, Shulua was instantly turned into a pile of rubble, scattered all around. He was originally the strongest sword god of the divine realm. Raised his longsword once more, ready to land the final blow. In the next moment, he suddenly threw out the long sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the long sword instantly pierced through Shulua's body. Another strike of wind and thunder followed. Taking advantage of the moment, while Shulusi hadn't reacted, he swung another slash behind him, seeing that the time for gravity release was running out. Shifengshan suddenly turned mid-air, moving forward instead of retreating, leaping toward Shulua's head. With only 15% of his health left, there's no way he'd give up easily. He waved his hand, yet he didn't feel any fear in his eyes. Gleaming coldly, ready to fight, he immediately activated gravity release, pushing off forcefully. As the smoke cleared, Shifeng struggled to stand up. He actually survived that terrifying punch. However, his current state could be described as terrible. He was left with only a sliver of health. Chuluas, whose attack and movement speed had clearly increased, raised his hand and threw a punch at Shifeng. Unable to dodge, Shifeng quickly raised his longsword to block it. Even though Shuluos' attack power had decreased, this punch still sent Shifeng flying dozens of meters away. He slammed hard against the cave wall. The next second, a swoosh sound suddenly came from where Shuluas was. That massive figure vanished from the spot. Shifeng saw this and immediately sensed trouble. Where did the boss go? Then, Shuluas, now smaller, suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. The furious Shuros suddenly calmed down. His menacing jaws began to breathe heavily. Then, he suddenly stood up, letting out a roar that echoed across the sky. An invisible energy surged out once again. He instantly turned around and unleashed another barrage on its sword leg. The leg was wounded. Shuro's massive body instantly lost its support. With hesitation, he collapsed to the ground. But at that very moment, Shifeng's attacks became even more ferocious. Once again, thunder flash swept out from his hands. immediately followed by a combo of slashes paired with basic attacks. After Shi Feng landed, taking advantage of the weakened state and amplified damage, Shi Feng landed a hit. He immediately leaped up. Meanwhile, the slow-reacting Shu Luosi couldn't stop. His giant palm was left crippled by a single blow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, like a snail, Shi Feng easily leapt forward, quickly closing in on his face. Immediately after, Shi Feng suddenly raised the new sword in the air. The next second, as Shu Luosi tried to reach out to block him, Shi Feng had already plunged the sword in his hand into his eye socket. Shi Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He charged straight forward. With the fatigue status, he could deal a massive amount of damage. The fatigued Shulos attacked even more slowly. However, at this moment, Shu Luosi has just unleashed a powerful skill and is in a state of exhaustion. The fatigue state is a period of weakness after some mini-bosses use their ultimate skills. Not only did its attack power weaken, its defense also dropped significantly. The space is relatively spacious. It's also hard to avoid this wave of bombardment. After a moment, the smoke gradually dissipates. The massive body of Shu Luosi slowly becomes visible. There would be no way to dodge. It would definitely be a wipe. Sensing the danger, they immediately retreated from around Shulos. If it weren't for his agility, the moment he landed, the ground erupted in a violent roar. The entire area instantly shattered into pieces. If a team were to come in this confined space, the cave shook violently in an instant. Then his mountain-like body suddenly leapt into the air. He immediately roared, "I'm going to crush you." In the next second, Shu Luosi clenched his fists. His massive body plummeted from the sky. He saw hope for a kill. However, at that moment, Shu Luosi let out a roar and suddenly stomped the ground. A massive surge of energy suddenly appeared around him. Then came a slash with a follow-up strike. Several normal attacks were swiftly unleashed. Under the effect of increased damage, the damage immediately doubled. Shi Feng was overjoyed, but Shi Feng can rely on the damage amplification from Thunderflash, combined with his agility advantage, to slowly wear him down. The three sword auras from Thunderflash made Shuros furious, but he couldn't catch sight of Shi Feng. Even so, Shi Feng had no intention of giving up. If it were an average player, seeing that kind of health and recovery ability is probably given up. He immediately felt a surge of pressure. Monsters above the elite level regenerate 2% health every 5 seconds. Shuros has 900 health points. That's 18 health points every 5 seconds, far exceeding the damage he could deal. Faced with that terrifying giant fist, he showed no signs of panic. He swiftly created some distance. After 5 seconds passed, Shiro's health recovered by 18 points, rendering all of Shi Feng's earlier efforts futile. After a flurry of attacks, Shiros finally turned around. He raised that massive arm and struck fiercely at the stone peak. As a reborn, Shi Feng had experienced countless battles in the divine realm. The heavy Shiros immediately became a target. A series of damage numbers kept popping up over Shilos' head. Shilos' defense is indeed impressive. Basic attacks only dealt 3 points of damage. The slashes were slightly better, reaching 4.1. With 16 agility, Shi Feng's movement and attack speed are very fast. He directly circles behind Shuros for a fierce attack. Shi Feng wildly swings his slashes at Shuros. Maxing out agility also means the attack speed is quite fast. However, Shu Luosi is much larger. More attack methods. The movement and attack speed is slightly faster. but after being slowed by the slime fruit, it's still as sluggish as a turtle. He can be slowly worn down due to the speed advantage. Stone Peak naturally wouldn't give Shuluozi any opportunity. He immediately threw the burst fruit on his path. The rock giant's speed has always been a weakness. Even elite monsters are no exception, but for someone with maxed agility like Shifeng, it was easy to dodge. He immediately opened his backpack in midair. Holding the burst fruit made him immensely confident. Although this big guy has a lot of health, human, I'm going to crush you. Then he suddenly stood up. He strode toward Shifeng. In a moment, Chula's massive fist viciously smashed toward Shifeng's position. It still startled Shulos awakened from its sleep. No matter who it is, they would be furious. Shulos let out an enraged roar at the tiny. He charged forward immediately. He used Thunder Flash right away. Bolts of lightning streaked across Shulos' massive body. The slumbering stone giant Shulos was suddenly struck, even though the damage from the peaks was insignificant. However, Shifeng did not hesitate. He still had a lot of explosive berries. If he could take down this big guy, he would probably get a lot of good loot. He did not hesitate. A massive rock giant is lying inside the cave, sleeping. Its rocky body is not an ordinary dark gray, but a silvery hue of Shilros. Elite level, grade 6. With 900 health points, an elite monster of the same level would require at least a 6-person team to take it down. He immediately noticed a cave not far ahead. The rock giant lurking nearby poses no threat to him. He ventures deep into the cave to investigate. As he approaches, the heartbeat of the wind suddenly quickens. Someone will definitely pay a high price for it. Just at that moment, a swarm of bats suddenly appeared in the sky. Shifeng quickly packed up his gear. He looked toward the direction the bats came from. After easily taking down the rock giant, Shifeng started looting. His luck wasn't bad. He actually got an item drop. The drop rate for divine items is extremely low, not to mention normal level 4 gear. Just how strong is this man who was once a top war god, while other players were still teaming up to fight level 1 monsters? He used his superior skills and game knowledge to treat a level 5 rock giant like a practice dummy. Just now, in less than a minute, the rock giant was defeated. Even though it had high health and attack power, it couldn't land a hit on Shifeng. It became nothing more than a training dummy for him to boost his experience and skill proficiency. The rock giant shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. The effects of Thunder Flash are quite powerful. The follow-up is very intense, under Shifeng's storm-like assault. No surprise. All hit the target. The injured rock giant immediately let out a roar of rage. It began to retaliate. Soon, a rumbling sound came from the mountain. He immediately turned around in midair. Facing the rock giant, he swung the beginner's sword in his hand fiercely. At the moment, the wind and thunder flashed to life. 3 flashes of lightning struck. Then the rock giant quickly rose again. Once again, he raised the giant fist the size of a sandbag. The terrifying giant fist suddenly swung down toward the point where Shifeng would land. The entire ground was instantly blasted to pieces. Yet Shifeng remained completely unbothered. Movement was slowed. The rock giant immediately lifted its massive foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Shifeng nimbly leaped into the air, easily dodging the attack. However, the rock giant is of a higher level. He gains additional skill proficiency at level 4, plus the swordsman's talent. Sword mastery instantly increased by 3 points. This is definitely a great place to improve skill proficiency. The slashing skill directly struck the rock giant. The skill proficiency immediately increased by 3 points. However, the damage dealt to the rock giant by this strike was truly negligible. Because of level suppression, the effect of the slash wasn't very good. Shifeng drew his novice sword. He leaped forward. In a flash, he dashed behind the rock giant. Then, holding the sword with both hands, he swung it fiercely at the rock giant. Facing the heavy punches of the rock giant, it's not difficult for all the agile stone peaks to dodge. Immediately after, he forcefully threw the burst berry at the rock giant's feet. The next second, the burst berry emitted a strange glow. The rock giant's movement speed suddenly slowed down. The burst berry affects an area with a radius of 9 meters. It slows down movement speed by 30%. It reduces turning speed by 70%. Duration 1 minute. It's dealing with this clumsy monster. HP 550. Yet Shifeng remained completely calm, because he had already prepared in advance. He quickly took out something from his bag that he had spent a fortune on, the burst berry. As long as it has 20 points in agility, he could easily toy with him. Then, the rock giant roared furiously towards the peak of the stone. His stats immediately appeared. Rock giant, regular monster. In the next moment, the rock giant appeared in front of him completely. The rock giant is a monster with extremely high attack power, health, and defense. However, it reacts very slowly. Its attack speed is also very slow. Turning and moving is even slower. Just at that moment, before Shifeng could catch his breath, the rock wall suddenly began to shake violently. Suddenly, a giant rock hand emerged. Seeing this, Shifeng couldn't help but feel excited. It arrived quickly. Shifeng climbed the rock with ease. In just a few moves, he reached a height of 5 meters. He saw that gravity release would end in 5 seconds. Shifeng found an open spot to rest, waiting for the cooldown of the ring of gravity. He has the gravity domain. Once activated, he can still climb rocks and mountains. He doesn't waste any more time. He immediately uses the gravity release skill. After activating the skill, because their agility is not at least 40 points, they cannot climb or scale walls. There is no road up the central mountain range. You can only climb it. Although Shifeng isn't very agile, to earn enough money to buy a gaming helmet, he chose to explore the central mountains. This is because there is a treasure chest hidden in the mountains. He hopes to earn 16,000 credits in 10 days. Currently, low-level players cannot unlock the hidden basic skill wall running, waiting for players to explore and discover. In the previous life, because of this hidden treasure chest, Shadow instantly became a renowned studio in White Crane City. They amassed quite a bit of wealth in the early stages. Reborn back to 10 years ago in Shifeng. So he walked over. The central mountain range is a treasure mountain, and there's a hidden treasure chest at the top. In the wilds of the divine realm, there are many secret places with treasure chests. The mountain tops were shrouded in mist. It was as if it were a fairyland. Shifeng gazed at the towering mountains. He looked around. He discovered a small waterfall. They gave up after chasing him for a certain distance. Shifeng's life was spared. 10 minutes later, Shifeng arrived at a place in the majestic mountains. Several towering mountains, each over 100 meters tall, stood in the center of the red leaf forest. He suddenly felt his body as light as a feather. His speed immediately increased dramatically. He quickly shook off the forest wolves behind him, leaving them far behind. After all, small mobs are just small mobs. Suddenly he leaped up. He dodged the attack. However, Shifeng couldn't afford to think too much. He activated his life-saving skill directly. Gravitational release. He was definitely a fast runner. After all, he was a level 1 swordsman. Even with all attributes focused on agility, my speed is still a bit slower than that of the forest wolf. Soon, the forest wolf caught up. He remained calm in the face of danger. Suddenly, 7 forest wolves charged out. The forest wolves were very fast. However, Shifeng's speed was not slow either. All his attributes were focused on agility. Movement speed, 6. Shifeng noticed the movement behind him and turned around in fear. He had approached the wolves' territory. A pack of forest wolves slowly emerged from it. Shifeng had very bad luck. He fell downwards. He suddenly flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. From a hidden cave beside him, several pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. A lone one is still manageable, but the scariest part is if there's a wolf den nearby. Just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, caught off guard. The wolf's keen sense of smell will detect him. A level 5 wolf has 400 HP and a very high attack power. With only 120 points of health, the release can be bitten to death in 2 hits. Shifeng just circled around the young bear using the trees and saw a wolf drinking water not far away. Facing a level 5 wolf, Shifeng is only level 1. If he doesn't keep enough distance, it looks cute but is actually fierce. Although it is also a level 5 monster, melee fighters dislike bear-type mobs even more, because they have thick health and high defense. Fighting them is more exhausting. Inside, there are only level 5 small monsters roaming around. For players below level 3, it is an absolute no-go zone. However, Shifeng ran into the maple leaf forest without hesitation. The clumsy and adorable young bear rolled around on the grass. The passing stone peak felt a wave of frustration at the bald man's expulsion. He immediately felt a bit annoyed. He scoffed at it. It's just that he didn't intend to farm such low-level monsters. The maple leaf forest is composed of beautiful maple trees. The death penalty is severe. Not only do they lose a level of experience, but they also lose skill proficiency. No player dares to take risks easily. Otherwise, the experience and proficiency earned from hours of hard work would be wasted. They are fighting in an orderly manner. Although several people shared the experience, the efficiency was very high. There were few players stealing kills. If a player dies, currently, all players are level 0. They are all killing level 0 monsters outside the red leaf formation. However, there are some skilled players who team up to kill. Level 1 werewolf warriors are responsible for tanking. Range damage dealers and healers provide support. I noticed many players shouting to form parties around me. Looking at the only 30 coins left in my backpack, I sighed quietly. Not long ago, I had found the potion master, Kevin. He bought 20 burst berries in one go. This caused his assets to shrink significantly. This was when I finally felt like I had gained some knowledge. I was ready to start my grand plan of grinding monsters to level up. I elegantly obtained the ultra-rare area attack skill Thunderstorm Flash through the Black Market Challenge. Next, I was prepared to start grinding monsters like crazy to level up. After leaving Maple Leaf Town, after all, the believes it can't be done, Shifeng was able to pass the challenge so spectacularly, especially with the round of attacks after 25 yards. It's simply cheating. In no time, Shifeng learned Wind Thunder Flash. Should we chase after him? Upon hearing this, Brother 4 Stars immediately taught the two a lesson. Are you all idiots? What kind of expert is this? Isn't it seeking death to have Beiji come too late? Him leaving now? Don't forget my warrior kid. The two little ones excitedly asked. Brother 4 stars. He's gone and took the rewards with him. Thunderflash can be said to be one of the few super strong area attack skills available to swordmasters. Being able to learn it early on definitely puts you far ahead of all other swordmasters. He glanced at the stunned Shixing and others, feeling a bit surprised. He greeted them and prepared to leave. He didn't forget to remind you to have fun before leaving. Shifeng thought he was hearing things. He actually rewarded the ultra-rare skill Thunderflash. This is a skill that even swordmasters over level 100 cannot obtain. The sword profession primarily focuses on single-target damage skills. There aren't many powerful area damage skills. Action-type requirement: quickly inflict 3 light attacks on targets within 20 yards in front. Each attack deals 10% damage. Additionally, it inflicts increased damage, increases the next damage dealt by 20%. Cooldown time 30 seconds. The player was rewarded with 1 silver coin and the swordsman skill Thunderflash. Even the 4-star players couldn't help but get excited. Seeing such an impressive challenge completion, they considered it an eye-opener. Reward skill Thunderflash. Through the finish line, a slight sense of emotion. If I had a physical condition above level 100, doing 4 consecutive sword strikes would be very easy. It definitely wouldn't be as tiring as it is now. At the same time, the system announced that the player was the first to complete the bronze medal challenge and break the record. Total time 14 seconds, breaking the bronze record of 18 seconds. Gentlemen and ladies, let us cheer. Congratulations to this swordsman for completing the challenge. He pushed himself against the ground and suddenly exerted force with his feet. There was a sudden break. Yi Jing burst into laughter and announced. Then, after a flash of sparks, Shi Feng suddenly jumped out. He dashed through the torrential rain. In the moment he landed, he raced across the finish line like lightning. The next second, a massive explosion erupted where he stood. The bullet he sliced instantly exploded on the spot. Everyone broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. Such a terrifying attack. They didn't think Shi Feng could pass the challenge and leap like a cheetah, piercing the bullet with the least density. The bullet's surface area shrank drastically. He then gripped the novice sword and began swinging wildly. At the same time, 4 streaks of white light flashed. Faced with such a barrage of attacks, Shi Feng also became serious for the first time. Although I had known that the 25-yard attack pattern would change again, I still felt nervous facing so many bullets. I saw Shi Feng bend his knees, and it was at a distance of 5 yards. This ultra-short distance left players with no way to dodge. Seeing this scene, my heart felt like it was in my throat. I couldn't help but curse the shameless Emperor Jing. At the same time, the emperors revealed crazy smiles. They pulled out repeating firearms from their clothes and opened fire on Shifeng. Suddenly, the number of bullets per round increased to 24. Just moments ago, Shifeng stunned Shixing by deflecting bullets with a single-handed sword. Quickly, with his agile movements and precise sword skills, he swiftly passed the 25-yard mark. Seeing this, Shixing immediately shouted, "Watch out!" using weapons as bullets. It's like walking a tightrope at great heights. Accidentally, he fell into a bottomless abyss. When the once strongest war god returns to the novice village, what kind of story will unfold? It's definitely going to cross the finish line now. 4-star was deeply captivated by Shi Feng's moves. He impatiently interrupted, "I have eyes. No need for you to remind me." 4-star was stunned by Shi Feng's amazing performance. Is terrifying. Pastor Nan watched Shi Feng move forward as if dancing. sparks occasionally flying in front of him, and his mind was completely blown. Brother, that thing has already reached 25 yards. He can actually block bullets with an arrow. Although Shi Feng can predict the bullet's trajectory, it's not as simple as just blocking it by chance. It requires extremely precise judgment and skill. The margin for error, one could say, so that the bullets would graze past him. The male priest's eyes widened instantly, utterly shocked. Holy crap, man, is this kid even human? And easily hit the incoming bullets. Sparks flew with each impact, as 3 bullets were effortlessly neutralized by him. He quickly swung his beginner's sword to block the inevitable bullets, while moving the parts of his body that were about to be hit. Just then, I saw Shi Feng tilt his head. He swung the novice sword, and unleashed several white flashes. The novice sword was swung perfectly, seeing Shi Feng charge straight into the bullets. The little Gagas immediately burst into laughter. So foolish. Did he really think that after getting hit by a bullet or two, the challenge would still go on? Shi Feng, however, smiled calmly. He drew his novice sword, rushing into the bullets. Several bullets were heading toward Shi Feng's head, chest and arms. As he charged into the barrage of bullets, he was about to be hit. The coverage area of the trajectory is very wide. Dodging left and right definitely won't work. Suddenly, the trajectory lines in front of Shi Feng covered a large area. As long as one hits him, this challenge will be declared over. Very soon, the challenger on the field, Shi Feng, had stepped past the 15-yard line, and suddenly, the 3 emperor whales showed extremely shocked expressions. Then, furiously, they started firing wildly. No longer focused on aiming, the fired bullets immediately turned into 12. He advances a few more steps. Tattoo suddenly showed a smile, but once they pass the 15-yard mark, the emperor whale's attack strategy will change. By then, he definitely won't hold out, trying hard to aim and shoot, firing repeatedly. The agile Shi Feng, like a cheetah, seems to control the bullets, always dodging them just in time. When the next round of bullets comes, just like a seasoned veteran in the arena for years, every action was simple and efficient. No ordinary newcomer could achieve that. Even though he has faced many challenges, he feels he can't dodge any better. Though Emperor Samming keeps Sixing quietly watched Shi Feng moving forward. He explained that maybe the newcomer is an athlete or has practiced martial arts. That's why he's so agile. He was secretly astonished. His movements were so swift and precise. After avoiding the first round of shots, he continued rushing forward. Little Gaga was instantly shocked. He passed the stone horse line, and it took him less than 5 seconds. He was twice as fast as Brother Stabbing Star, blocking his way forward. If his reactions weren't sharp enough, he'd be riddled with bullets. He saw the bullets flying towards him. Stone Peak took a sidestep, dodging nearly a yard away. The challenge had just begun. Di Jing pointed his musket at Shi Feng on the starting line and fired wildly at him. A total of 6 bullets were shot. Bullets flew all around in front of Shi Feng, suddenly began to fire at him wildly as the race started. Just how strong is Shi Feng with his 10 years of gaming experience? To get an awesome skill book, he chose to enter a challenge match in the black market just now, and bent his legs like a leopard, suddenly exerting force. He dashed off the starting line. At the same time, the musket aimed at Shi Feng at the starting line. Shi Feng didn't have time to look at others. At this moment, the countdown on the challenge field began to flash. The challenge would officially begin soon. The instant the countdown ended, Shi Feng leaned his body forward. Let alone him. Priest Nan quickly nodded in agreement. That's for sure. Brother 4-star is so powerful, and yet only got to the 20-yard mark. It's easy, but only at a distance of 30 yards. However, once you get within 15 yards, the goblin's attack pattern will change. The attack frequency increases significantly. Even I find it hard to handle. The column master reminded Brother 4-star. That kid who borrowed money is participating in the challenge too. Brother 4-star couldn't help but smile disdainfully. That kid is purely a novice. He thinks the challenge event is that easy. Seeing this, little Gaga also burst into tears. In the early stages, 50 coppers was a huge amount. The tattoo didn't think too much. He immediately went to the NPC to sign up. Just then, although Jin was also struggling under this huge loan, he couldn't afford to ruin his reputation as the captain of the Assassin League. There's no way he would skip out on the debt. After all, he was just a little short of completing the challenge and earning the reward. In his devastation, he said he would finish this time with just 5 coppers. Is unstoppable when it comes. Then, he headed toward the green-skinned gold manager. Little Garda, seeing Stone Peak's smug expression, couldn't help but advise Thornstar to return the money now. Come back tomorrow to challenge again once I get the money. Let's add each other as friends. Don't forget to pay me back 50 coppers tomorrow, Thornstar murmured, immediately saying he would remember it well. Stone Peak grinned contentedly, saying a windfall. Sixing was on the verge of crying, but thinking of the generous rewards, he decided to take this super high-interest loan. After Shifing traded 5 copper to Sixing, he reminded him, I gave you 5 copper. The little gaggers were so angry they were grinding their teeth. After all, Sixing was quite famous. Ordinary players would jump at the chance to cling to this big leg. Shifing saw Sixing was silent. He asked again, are you borrowing again? As for the matter of repayment, there's no need. After thinking for a moment, Shifing said, but as for repayment, you owe 50 copper. Sixing's face instantly fell. This was not what he expected. When Shifing saw the bold tattoo, he thought for a moment and said that lending 5 tubes is fine. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man immediately grinned. He believes that as a top-tier player, ordinary players will definitely want to cling to him and offer 5 copper. He'll return 20 tubes tomorrow. How about that? He was very dissatisfied with this failure. He believes that he can definitely pass if he tries one more time. So he wants to use the union's name to intimidate Shifing. He wants Shifing to lend him. Then he approached Shifing and said with a smile, hello my friend. My name is Thornheart, captain of the Assassin Alliance. Could you lend me 5 tubes? That the 10th ranked assassin on the Star Moon Kingdom's assassin leaderboard was actually this frail-looking man before him. At the same time, Assassin Star also turned his gaze toward Shi Feng. He revealed a gaze as if he had found his prey. All 5 of us already gave you all our money. I really have no money left. Beside him, Shi Feng's attention was drawn to the mention of Assassin Star. He couldn't help but glance at the assassin. He found it hard to imagine. He said angrily, damn it. So close. Do you guys have any more money? Next time, he'll definitely make it. The 2 little Gaga shook their heads. Boss Thornheart. Before long, the assassin on the field gets hit, lying down at the 20-yard mark. 10 yards left to the finish line. After the male assassin respawned outside, they can only dodge or block shots from the matchlock guns. The goal is to cross the finish line and win. Meanwhile, little Gaga off the field is complaining about the unfair challenge. Such a high difficulty. It's basically a scam. The only way to quickly obtain the skill book is through the Black Market Challenge. The challenge is a test of the player's skills. After entering the arena, all attributes will be set to 10 points. Skills cannot be used. They are essential. Shifing, being a master swordsman. I want to level up quickly. The next step is to find the swordsman's skill book. In the red leaf array, swordsmanship proficiency with a one-handed sword reached 20 points in an instant. Advanced from an apprentice to a junior swordsman. Damage caused by one-handed swords increased by 10%. As a swordsman, basic attacks are just fundamental skills. Attack speed increased by 5 points. Movement speed increased by 6 points. He was comparable to a pure agility assassin of the same level. He also added 15 points of free mastery to one-handed sword mastery. Leave 5 points for expenses, which was truly unexpected. He immediately put on the ring. Then, Shifing opened the attributes panel. He planned to allocate all 4 points of free attributes obtained from leveling up to agility. Now, his agility reached a height of 10.2. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. After Shifing finished reading the ring's introduction, he was instantly delighted. Completing the task will reward him with a gravity ring of Shuan Tai grade. It contains immense magical power. Iron tier characters of the realm of gravity can equip it. Strength, A2, Agility 1, Stamina 1. It comes with the skill Gravity Release. It significantly reduces the gravitational pull on the wearer, gaining a body as light as a feather. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely arouse the greed of many players. The brilliance fades. A simple, unadorned silver ring floats in the air. Engraved around the edge of the ring is a circle of text. It looks like ancient Elvish script. As the luxury accessory box opens, the entire area bursts into a dazzling array of colors. It shines brilliantly. Fortunately, Shifing is in a dim alley, and no players will come here to wander around. As he opens it, he silently prays, "I hope to get that piece of equipment." What he really wants is what's inside the luxury accessory box. This is an important item for him to complete a series of upgrades and money-making plans. However, he is very satisfied with the reward. The suspicion is posted. The rewards are not that generous. Shifing is holding the jewelry box. He feels a bit nervous. It takes 1000 experience points to go from level 0 to level 1. Normal players usually need several hours for that. He was a bit puzzled. How could the quest reward be so generous? Is it because I completed the task at level 0, 20 free mastery points, and a luxurious accessory box? With a swoosh, Shifing leveled up to level 1, 1000 experience points short of level 2. His level immediately became the lowest in the Maple Leaf Guild. "Thank you so much. Now, I've avenged my friend. I hope these items can be of help to you." A notification immediately sounded. Mission complete. Reward, 2000 experience points. Just moments ago, Shifeng handed the Silver Town mayor's ashes to the beggar, Sherlock. Sherlock immediately showed an expression of wild delight. He expressed his willingness. Then he handed a delicate little box to Shifeng and said, "Thank you." He held the quest item, the Silver Town mayor's ashes. He was ready to complete that unique quest. With 10 years of gaming experience, Shifeng felt like he was cheating in the game. While other players were still doing beginner quests, he had already completed the unique quest of the entire Maple Leaf array. Some rookie players kept complaining. They just couldn't accept it, seeing a level 15 elite die before them, yet they couldn't gain any benefits. At this moment, Shifeng had already arrived at the dark alley. Cross health quickly reached 0. In the end, he was finished off by a backstab from a spear, taking away his last bit of health. Unfortunately, Cross ultimately died under the guard's spear. Even if NPCs in the city are killed, they won't provide any experience. And there won't be any drops either. All the players made their move. They charged towards Mayor Cross together, trying to land the final blow. In front were the guards. Behind were countless mage players bombarding him, and are eager to deliver the final blow to the mayor. Although they don't understand why the guards are attacking Cross, as a level 15 elite. If he dies, he will definitely drop good loot. Just as Cross had less than 100 health points left, the mayor attacks first and withstands the initial blow. Even if it's completed smoothly, the mayor will reveal his true nature afterwards. Just leave the rest to the guards. Many players see that Cross is about to die. The mayor has turned into a werewolf. The guards certainly won't let him go. They treat him as a wild monster to be killed. Sherlock's request for a mission seems harsh, but as long as Cruz stopped mid-air, he was blocked by a charge from 2 level 25 guards. Shifeng secretly rejoiced. The guards are the protectors of the town, specializing in repelling evil threats. At this moment, all the players were stunned. No one expected that the mayor would turn out to be an evil werewolf. Cruz suddenly lunged toward Shifeng. The raised blood-stained hand was swinging toward Shifeng's chest. But just then, Cross failed in his strike. He looked even angrier. Suddenly, his clothes shattered, revealing his pitch-black fur. He fully transformed into a fanged werewolf. He stood firmly on the ground. However, his health instantly dropped by 84 points. All the players gasped in shock. They thought he was just a rookie, but he managed to withstand a punch from a level 15 elite. He extended his fist and swung at him. Shifeng, who had been motionless, moved. He instantly drew his starter sword and blocked in front of him. The next second, Shifeng was sent flying. He flipped in the air and landed. Then he instantly lost his sanity. His skin suddenly turned a bright red. The yellow markings instantly became a vivid scarlet. Cross speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Shifeng. Seeing this, Shifeng, he immediately revealed a proud smile. The plan succeeded. Mayor Cross erupted in an angry roar. His furious voice echoed throughout the town hall. The fist of the gale. With behavior like this from Shifeng, he won't be able to take any more quests in the future. After Shifeng threw the last tomato at Cross, favorability toward Shifeng dropped to hostile. No one in the entire city hall could laugh. All the players who saw Shifeng's action had their mouths wide open in shock. I didn't expect a player would dare to attack an NPC, and it's the boss of the beginners area. With an angry expression, it looks utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, the system prompts that cross-affection for you has decreased by 100 points. Shifeng still wasn't satisfied. Then he took out a tomato from his backpack and threw it at Cross again. Shifeng immediately turned and ran. He didn't forget to shout as he ran, "You hypocrite! Fat pig! Vampire, you don't deserve to be mayor!" And Cross' shiny bald head was drenched in tomato juice. He slowly approaches the mayor. Next, he takes out a tomato and leisurely starts eating it. In the next second, Shifeng, halfway through eating, threw a tomato at Mayor Crossface. The tomato hit Crossface with pinpoint accuracy. Bright red liquid splattered down his face. Cross, a friendly level 15 elite, with up to 2,400 HP, at this stage, no player can defeat him. Even sending a whole group wouldn't work. Then, Shifeng ignores the crowd waiting in line. Immediately, Xiao Gaga burst into laughter. He used the only coins he had to buy fruit. The two immediately suspected he was an idiot. Meanwhile, a large group of players is lining up to receive quests from the mayor. He walked to the fruit stall next to the town hall to ask about the price of tomatoes. After learning the price, he waved his hand generously and directly spent a handful of coins to buy 10. This extravagant behavior made passers-by stop in their tracks. "You can take it." He then decisively chose to trade with Shifeng. Shifeng was very happy after receiving the money. Now he had the money to buy the weapon to kill the mayor. Having achieved his goal, Shifeng did not linger. However, Shifeng confidently stated that he could pay half first, and I would give him the location to confirm. He could pay the remaining balance later. The male warrior is afraid of missing the opportunity. Isn't that just the deposit from Shifeng? He immediately laughed and said he wanted to go to such a feng shui treasure land. "I'll give you a discount of 20 barrels. When the male warrior heard the price, his expression instantly soured. He indicated that he only had 10 copper coins now. He was very interested in this place. If no one disturbs him, grinding for an hour, the experience gained would definitely be much more than from quests. Shifeng saw the bait was taken. The leveling efficiency there is several times higher, and the monster respawn rate is slow. One person can easily handle it. When the male warrior heard this, he looked a bit excited. "I'm afraid he can't even grab a single monster. Might as well just wait here," whispered. "Go to a place with fewer monsters. No one will compete with you there, compared to the monster-packed areas swarming with people. It's much better to grind monsters in the wild than wait here for no reason." The male warrior shook his head. He wasn't stupid. Right now, the wild area must be packed with people, with his skills. However, Shifeng's firm tone made an impact. "I'm curious why you waited for nothing." Shifeng smiled. He didn't explain. Instead, he changed the subject. "You seem all right." Then, Shifeng calmly stated that he wasn't there to take a task. He even kindly advised the honest man to go elsewhere for a task, saying it would be a waste of time to wait here. Waiting here would be in vain. Seeing that Shifeng had no intention of cutting in line, the honest man relaxed. He said, "Newcomer, if you don't want to be beaten up, just go stand in line." Shifeng suddenly had an idea. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. "It is undoubtedly a sign of a task. The players certainly won't miss it." A simple-minded male warrior in the middle of the group noticed Shifeng walking straight in. He immediately glanced at him a few more times. Then, the simple-minded man pointed behind him, where several people were standing. Otherwise, they might just get ignored entirely. Arriving in front of the 2-story town hall building, players were lined up in a long queue. Whether it's the village chief or the town mayor, they were all waiting. He wildly throws tomatoes at the elite town mayor. Just a while ago, as Shifeng walked towards the town hall after accepting the quest, the streets were packed with people. The narrow street was crowded with players, but unfortunately quests in God's domain aren't that easy to get. Mainly because players have to be careful with their words. Unexpectedly reborn 10 years ago. In this life, he not only aims to return to the top, but also to ruthlessly trample those who betrayed him in his previous life. Shifeng accepts the unique quest to kill the town mayor right at the start, as a level 0 player. Yet Shifeng didn't hesitate at all. With a smile, he directly accepted the quest. He was once the most feared sword god in the divine realm, but he was betrayed by his studio. Delete account. His eyes filled with hope and said, "I hope you can help me kill Mayor Cross of Hongi Town." The mayor of Maple Leaf Town is a level 15 elite. Killing the mayor is undoubtedly a crazy act. No player would believe this is a quest, and no one would dare to agree to such a ridiculous request. He said seriously, "I'm sorry, sir, I cannot agree to your request. However, if you're willing to pay the right price, I can do many things for you." The beggar looked up at Shi Feng and formally said, "Sir, do you need any help?" The beggar replied, "I haven't eaten in days. Can you help me?" Shi Feng smiled slightly, immediately cut off communications and start moving. Then Shi Feng walked to a corner. There sat a beggar. He was a down-and-out middle-aged man. Shi Feng looked at the man. "Once he finishes this task, he can immediately take me off. Becoming a big shot is just around the corner." Hearing Shi Feng's confident tone, Haizi no longer hesitated. Beta testers can be said to have first-hand information about God's domain, although God's domain does undergo changes. But the testers definitely know much more than regular players. Shi Feng didn't say much more. He directly assured me not to worry, but Kuroko felt that with such a long time, even if they rushed over, there wouldn't be enough time. Then he began to speculate. "You know so much. Inside information, could you be a beta tester? And there are only 5 hidden quests. Only one unique quest. And this unique quest in Maple Leaf Town was only discovered 2 months after God's domain opened." Then Shi Feng smiled and said, "Are you interested in working on this task together? After all, this unique mission could easily save him 10 years of effort. But it's something you can't seek, but only come across." Shi Feng slowly walked towards the dark alleys in the small town. There are hundreds of NPCs in Maple Leaf Town. However, only a few dozen NPCs are related to quests. "I'll catch up to you soon." Haizi couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was being arrogant. Then he heard Shi Feng receive the unique mission. His eyes suddenly lit up. He began to get excited. But Haizi doesn't want to waste time traveling. If we waste so much time, we'll probably fall behind a lot. Shi Feng confidently reassured him not to worry. "Coming here is just a waste of time. Brother Feng, I chose the sorcerer. In Falling Moon Town. Where are you? He can't wait to show off his skills." Shi Feng stated that he is not far from Falling Moon Town, in Red Moon Town. Just after allocating his attribute points, Shi Feng's voice communication rang. The name was Black Cloud Covering the Sun. It was a call from Haizi. Haizi was very excited to enter the divine realm at this time. Wouldn't even be used by assassins, known for agility, but in the early stages of God's domain. For melee classes, agility is the best choice. This is also a secret that players discovered only after the divine realm had opened for a long time. In the past, Shi Feng's stat allocation was very standard and mediocre. But in this life, he doesn't plan to allocate stats that way. Without hesitation, Shi Feng clicked on agility. He allocated all 4 points to agility, such as stat allocation method. Intelligence increases magic attack power and mana, while spirit increases casting speed and healing. Each class has different focuses. Swordsman is a physical damage class. Most people prioritize strength and open the attribute panel directly. All swordsman players start with the same attributes. The only difference is in the allocation of free attribute points. You get 4 free attribute points with each level up. Strength increases physical attack power and carrying capacity. Agility increases attack speed and movement speed, and endurance increases health and stamina. Mapletown has a medieval architectural style. Houses are arranged in an orderly yet varied fashion. The streets are filled with players and NPCs moving around and interacting. It feels as if he's entered another world. Shifeng ignored the other players. Shifeng glanced at the surrounding environment and knew this was Hongi Town. Looking at the familiar little town before him, he is feeling confident at this moment. Now, a large number of players have started to familiarize themselves with various game features and the attribute panel. Many small studios prefer to develop here to avoid the conflicts of large unions. Then, the countdown for the teleportation began. Shifeng slowly closed his eyes, waiting to be teleported away in the next moment. Then, Shifeng began to choose a birthplace. A map of the Star Moon Kingdom appeared in front of him, with dozens of cities marked on it. Shifeng directly chose White River City, the one he's most familiar with. White River City is an important city in the eastern part of the Xingji Kingdom. He thought about it. He didn't want to stand out too much. He chose to reduce his appearance by 15%. Although it's not as handsome as his real self, no one else would recognize him anyway. Within the swordsman profession, he had invested far too much. Naturally, he wouldn't choose another profession. Next was the naming phase. Shifeng chose the same name as in his previous life: Yifeng, healing priest druid, oracle, spellcaster elementalist, summoner sorcerer. In his previous life, Shifeng chose the swordsman class from the weapon specialization, and a text and image introduction of 12 classes appeared in front of Shifeng: Warrior Shield, Warrior Guardian Knight, Warrior Fury, Warrior Weapon Swordsman, Rogue Ranger. A female angel, flapping 4 pairs of snow-white wings, flew in front of Shifeng. Welcome to the Divine Realm. I am Gabriel, the guiding angel. I'll be explaining the class categories in the Divine Realm. Gabriel waved her small hand. As soon as Shifeng entered the realm of the gods, he first passed through a colorful tunnel. Then he arrived at a majestic golden temple. Just as he was reminiscing about the familiar interface, there was a sudden disturbance above the roof. Flickering lights shone in the dim and silent small room. Shifeng sat quietly on the bed. He slowly put on the helmet. Then he gently pressed the power button on the helmet. He returned to the realm of the gods. You don't have to worry about the money. Then Shifeng took Haizi to receive the trial helmet together. He also bought some provisions with all the money, preparing for the upcoming 10 days of intense gaming. Time quickly arrived on the launch day of the Divine Realm. We can first try it for free for 10 days. Haizi's expression immediately fell. What can you do in the Divine Realm in 10 days? But Shifeng revealed a confident smile. 10 days is enough time. However, he simply couldn't afford the virtual helmet. Without the helmet, he wouldn't be able to play the game. His tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. He happily patted Haizi's shoulder. Don't worry about the virtual helmet. Gazes intently at Haizi. But I'm still planning to start my own studio. I don't want to be controlled by others. Haizi, are you coming? Haizi helplessly expressed that he also wanted to join in. He wants to persuade him to give up this crazy ideas. Feng, stop talking nonsense. Do you know how much a VR headset costs? Do you have that kind of money right now? He looks extremely serious. It would be orderly if he had the help of Haiz. Achieving his goals would go further, but he will follow Haizi's choice. After all, he currently has nothing. Haizi understands Shifeng's situation very well. Kuroko suddenly stood there in a daze. He and Kuroko could be said to be like brothers, although Kuroko lacked gaming talent. However, the management is very strong. He once managed hundreds of thousands of union members efficiently. He anxiously urged Shifeng to hurry inside and sign up. Faced with Kuroko's urging, Shifeng shook his head. He seriously expressed his intention to be awkward on his own, in response to Shifeng's invitation to take revenge on Yu Ying and those who betrayed him. Shifeng arrived in front of the school building. He saw a tall, skinny figure with dark skin. It was none other than Haizi, and there was joy, as if everything in front of him was just a dream. But everything in reality reminded him, all of this is real. Everything has returned to the starting point. This time, he secretly swore. April 19th, 2129. He clearly remembered that today should be August 5th, 2139. The only possibility was that he had traveled back 10 years in time. At this moment, Shifeng's emotions were indescribable. There was regret, there was sorrow. Then he picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground. He looked at it carefully. This was not his phone at all. His phone was the latest model. Shifeng glanced at the time on his phone again. How could he go for an interview? In the next moment, the dizzy Shifeng was startled when he saw the incredibly familiar face in the mirror. He suddenly jumped in shock. He kept checking his reflection in the mirror over and over. Only then did he confirm that he really had become younger. He picks up his phone from the bedside and asks Haizi what he wants. On the other end of the line, Haizi's voice says that today is the day the Shadow Studio is hiring. Haven't you always wanted to become a core member of Shadow? Feeling a bit confused, he was just kicked out of the Shadow Guild. The next morning, his phone kept ringing. Shifeng groggily opened his eyes. The hangover from last night is still making me dizzy. He helplessly gets up. He suddenly took a few sips. Even if he no longer has an account, the skills and knowledge in the game won't betray him. As long as his skills are still there, he can rise in the divine realm. Now, he could only sit at home, drinking away his sorrows. He thought of how much he had sacrificed for Shadow, only to be discarded like trash. He would definitely get revenge. He then picked up a bottle of red wine from the table. The scene changes, and Shifeng sits quietly in a mansion, filled with disappointment and resentment. As the leader of Shadow, and a renowned master known as the Magician, before the next day, the guild directly deleted his account. The leader of the Shadow Guild sneered, and generously offered him a large sum of money to let him retire in peace. And now he must face the termination contract. Shifeng never thought that his 10 years of effort would go to waste. He sacrificed so much for the game. In the end, it became someone else's wedding dress. Just because he opposed the Shadow Guild's merger with the Super Guild, world dominance. Just at that moment, a stack of termination contracts fell directly in front of him. 10 years of gaming career. 10 years of bloody battles. He has endured countless pains and hardships. At this moment, within the Shadow Squad, Shifeng was just about to log into the game, but he discovered that the account he'd spent 10 years painstakingly developing had been deleted. Shifeng was completely shocked, having no idea what was going on, and it allows players to play the game while they're asleep. Moreover, the in-game time differs from real-world time. These 48 hours have quickly made it the hottest game worldwide. Many studios that rely on God's domain for survival have also risen with the investments from major corporations. He even kicked him out of the studio. Desperate, Shifeng unexpectedly returned to the time when the game had just launched. In this life, not only does he aim to reach the peak again, but he will also crush those who betrayed him underfoot. God's Domain is a brand new simulation game.